For the record, Kilroy. Oh, Kilroy, how's it going? How's it going? Skids Crasher. Yes, it is Godless Coffee. Oh, one day I will learn that my microphone actually works. So I combined a truck driver mix of coffee with a ton of sugar and milk. Judge me. How's it going? How's it going? How's everybody doing? I'm almost set up. Let me move my angle. This chair is way too comfy. There we go. So I have half of the house of sewing on today because the power might go out. They keep on warning us, and even with all the solar and everything, it will affect my internet. So I'm trying to do my part. Oh, whoops, I should turn up the volume. Oh. There we go. I know it's a little early. I'm starting off an hour early. I know it's not Monday. You're not hallucinating. But I figured since Hollywood's dying, we shouldn't die with them. So let's sew together. I'm finally going to retire my simplicity pattern R11407. Let's be real. It's been years, plural. It's been years, and I'm still making the same pattern. And we all know the true definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. No racist Star Trek. No, you know what's really funny? Do you know what's really funny is that VCR needs to get its heads cleaned. And that's not even innuendo. So I have to find my VCR cleaner in this just wreck that I call a sewing room. And plus, I wanted to give the racist Star Trek episode a rest. Because what happens is that these things, like when they go bad, they eat tapes. And some of those tapes are irreplaceable, especially the first season, because people considered it so racist. Like, um, it's not out like it should be. Oh, but I switched my angles. That's not a sewing room. That's a junk room. You sewing. Same thing. Same thing. That's just the words in opposite directions. Same words. Oh, I have multiple VCRs. Do you know I was gonna hook up my 95 hockey to that, but I'm trying not to pull too much power. After my $400 light bill, I'm trying to be responsible and do my part. Because I couldn't even blame anyone for the light bill. It was me. It was me. So I am going to be making a duster this evening, today, tonight, wherever you are. I hope you're doing well. Here in the house of sewing, like I said, everything's disappearing. Hollywood has decided to go on strike. I do have a whole Betamax system in storage, but I consider it more trouble than what it's worth. I always talk about overambitious technology, and Betamax was better than everything else, but it was overambitious technology. And like everything else, if it doesn't conform and reproduce over and over and over, it gets replaced. But it was of higher quality. I don't think Gene Roddenberry allowed racism, at least not anything which was pro-racist. You know what? It's just do you know what, Commander? I watch old episodes of Are You Being Served? And they say things that were acceptable, in the 1970s that would literally get you fired and escorted out of the building nowadays. So it depends. He did. He did. He absolutely did. And everybody wants to. I won't say any names, but there's a young lady who tried to fight me one time when I said there's a Gene Roddenberry Drive in LA that's next to L. Ron Hubbard Drive. But there is. The episode just didn't age well. Exactly. And I think that's what it is. It's just aged stereotypes. You know, but if you think about it, there's also an episode where they pick up like this tribe of Irish people. So they did the same thing in Star Trek. Like Irish people got their own planet, black people got their own planet. If I can't, it's the one where they met the people from the clone planet and then they had to you know, procreate to keep their species going. A lot of it didn't age well, but that's what happens over time, you know. But I changed my camera angles. Let's see. I have this one. Ooh, we're going to be sewing with this one this evening. And let's see, where's the other one? This one. So I ate a bunch of edibles the other night and on Monday night, because it's only been, a day and a half, and I completely rearranged my desk. And so I'm actually a little bit organized and ready to sew. I wish I had my own planet. Hey, when you find your own planet, can I just go live on the other side and we'll have like the hermit meeting once a year? I remember that one. The transporter converted with hay, thank you, and chickens. Yes. So if you really think about it, we're like, okay, if you're fighting, we're gonna give every person who's disgruntled their own planet. That cooler rum is a Faraday cage. My phone has no reception. Oh, they are Faraday cages. Do you know, it's really funny you'd say that. My patio is nothing but corrugated steel and shiplap wood. I can't get a signal. I don't know if I like or dislike this angle. I haven't decided yet. But in a minute, I am going to get sewing, but I have to find my disclaimer just for legal purposes. For all those people that send me hate mail about their wigs. I hope everyone's doing well. Let me find it. You would laugh at me. I'm looking for something that's shaded while wearing my glasses. Can't be back that far. Let's see what Kilroy had to say. So what you need to do is take a bigger dose of edibles, so then you'll finally clean up the rest of the house of sewing. What's up, trees? How's it going? You know what it is? My house is spotless. I've only put my mess in 2 rooms. My closet is embarrassing because it's literally just aisles of clothes. So it's just the middle bedroom and this room, because my kid deserves to live in a clean house. That's why he can go crazy in the living room on his Oculus. Oh, I just found a Nigerian restaurant near my hotel. Where you are, they go out of their way to cater to people around the world because they host Super Bowls there. I actually miss living there. If I was really rich, well, they kind of changed their politics, but like if I had a little bit more money, I'd probably move back there. I didn't even know there were Nigerian restaurants. Oh, Nigerian food is bomb. Absolutely. Hey, how's it going, trees? So here in the House of Sewing, this program is for entertainment purposes only, and the content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by Godless Sewing and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the opinions of every human being on planet Earth. I think it's important to remember that we all take a deep breath. I'm a smoker, so my breath isn't as deep, but it's okay. Like, you know, I get offended about things all the time on the internet. You know what I do? I move on. I'm just pissed that there's no recreational weed delivery, only medical. That they don't play out there. That's why I'm surprised they even have any of that where you are right now. I'm shocked, to tell you the honest truth. I have massive amounts of my family live out there, and it's shaky what the regulations are because I know someone who has a medical card. Let me move this because this is just an accident looking for a place to happen. Oh, man. Oh, without even looking at my notes to continue on my theme. Oh, it's 117 today. Yikes. Do you know when I walked in here, it was 100? Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 96 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oof, that is winter compared to where you are. The Southwest is no joke. The Southwest is absolutely no joke. So let's be real. Let's have a moment, okay? I have made for the past 2 years, I don't know how many coats I've made. I don't know how many. I'm gonna make a video. Um all of this started because I was going to make a tutorial about good old pattern R11407, and Mimi G, shout out to you because I got my money's worth out of this pattern. Um Long story short, it's been almost 2 years that I've been making the same pattern over and over. I think it's time to move on. I think it is. And you know what? If anyone's into sewing, Mimi G is awesome. You should go check her out. She literally has her own line. That's what we're all aiming for, you know. You've made enough coats to remake Columba. I have. Do you know what's really funny, Gilroy? I now watch Hawaii 5 every day because of you. I've discovered a 1970s channel in my local area because TV is crap. I'm gonna get rid of my TV, but there's a TV where they show Columbo, they show all of that, and then like that's like the serious channel. Then they have one where they show good times, like Sanford and Son, one of my favorites. Yes, freedom, freedom. Absolutely. So um I love that show. He would want to smoke cigars and solve crimes. I still watch that show skits. So let's be real. Like I know how to sew all kinds of things. When I came in to the community in general, I was sewing pleather. I was making battle vests. I was doing Francisco slow stitching. And I have gone down to hoarding sewing machines and making the same jacket over and over. So for love for myself, I'm gonna start making new things. 227 is part of my childhood. Like and Golden Girls. Both of those were on all the time when I was a kid. Hawaii 50 is awesome and surprisingly heavy. Thank you. They have serious hardcore issues on Hawaii 50. They are not playing. They are not playing. So, but I'm still gonna cut the cord. It's time. Like I'm the last dinosaur on Earth that still pays for cable. Let's be real. I just got rid of my landline. I think like 2 years ago, or something crazy like that. Do you know what's funny? My lighting is still decent in here, and I don't even have my super heat lamp on. That's good to know. Oh, Betty White. Absolutely. Do you know what's really funny? If someone asked me like, "Oh, who raised you?" I would be like the Golden Girls, Homer Simpson, Al Bundy. Al Bundy raised me. Cable sucks. I'll never pay for it. I don't know. I'm kind of a dinosaur because I still watch sports. I'm obsessed with hockey. And because no one watches cable anymore, they gave me one heck of a hockey package where I could watch Canadian hockey, American hockey. I can watch. I didn't even know the Manchester Monarchs existed, and for the past 5 years, I've been rooting for them every season. False alarm. They needed to do my paperwork. That's all right. I haven't even got to a sleeve yet. Speaking of which, long story short, it's time to retire. So if anyone wants to hop in, let me know because I'm gonna be here for a second. I'm gonna make the final duster. And I'm gonna make a video about it, but I figured we should do a live stream about it and hang out, have a good old time. It's Wednesday night, you know, the saying. So there's two ways that people go about this. Let me turn the light on. I want to give another disclaimer. I'm a pirate. In a lot of ways, I learned how to sew in a traditional way, but I sew like a pirate. So if you have any questions, let me know. I'm not gonna use my serger. Hey, Sydney, how's it going? Hey, I hope you're doing well and you made it back safely to the East Coast. Even though it is hot as Hades here, but I won't complain because where Skits is, it's you know. Let me grab my pins real quick. All right, so in the world of sewing, there's like it's kind of like painting. You spend more time prepping than you do actually doing sewing, you know. So sometimes I pin, sometimes I don't. But because I'm on stream and I'm gonna make a million mistakes, I'm gonna pin. Wednesday night was the worst night. I actually released the video and I forgot about luckily that I'm almost done with the video. How to troll a Russian troll. I saw that. Oh, awesome. So it must be beautiful in northern California. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, until August 10th. Do you know Skits is right technically? There's a really crazy law in California where if you're here longer than 25 days, you're a resident. They do that because we tax everybody for everything on earth. So I think they do that just to bust people. Like, oh, you've been here for a while. You're a resident. You have to get an ID. Oh, it is the devil's armpit today. But like I said, I'm not going to complain because Skits is on the other side. Very nice here. Like I said, some people do not pin, but because I'm sitting here and yakking, I should pin for sure. Because when you're not paying attention, that's definitely when you're going to make mistakes. I've pre-lined everything because this would be like a 6-hour stream if I didn't do that. All right, let me back that up. Perfect. Since the majority of my subscribers have some connection to the Shields Wednesday, according to the Shields analytics as well as my own, is the night where the fewest of our subscribers are actually online. I do. You know what? The statistics are weird. They go up and down, you know? You never know about the statistics. Note to self, when planning California trips, restricted to 3 weeks or less. I'm not playing. I am not playing. And I know this because I got my original driver's license in Arizona because I went to college there. And I was so spoiled that it's not that I didn't need a license. Like I got my legit license in Arizona when I was in college. So I know for a fact that if you're here more than 3 weeks, they want you to get a California identification, at least an identification. No, the new video, How to Troll a Russian Troll, I proved that I proved that all Russian trolls are incels, and I have a Russian troll under a bridge reciting about how no one will sleep with him because he's horrible. Hey, Mark, how's it going? How's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you. What time is it over there? I always feel like it's early in the morning over there because we're literally on the opposite sides. So I pinned my arm because let's be real, like I'm sitting here yakking. Usually I just hold it as I'm sewing, but when you pin the sides, it's way easier to make the arm. Oh, I gotta move my chair. That's the one problem about having a really comfy chair and a heavy chair. I miss my office chair where I can move around. Oh, it's 118. Okay. Do you know what's really funny? There's a when I was a kid, there's a skate shop called 118 because it was off the 118 freeway here in Los Angeles. And then I show a homepage of the Russian trolls who responded to one of my videos selling that he has a video on wanking, talking political advice and Syrian dictators and dressing a fool. Oh wow. And the Russian troll residing under a bridge that he can't get laid because he's horrible doesn't blame the fact that he's horrible, blames for people the fact that he's horrible. You need to take the base off and off his chair. Okay, so I actually did that. My grandfather had like his living room chair in his big fancy living room. And while everyone was fighting, quietly put it in my truck and took it to storage. 4 years ago, when I first started streaming, I got this ingenious idea of drilling office wheels into the base of the wood, but the wood couldn't take it. So after about like not even 4 months, after a couple months, it snapped. And it's the chair that I sit in. It's the chair that I sit in when I'm in my closet. But yeah, I've done that. Excuse me. I have definitely done that. All right. Okay, so I'm going to switch to my sewing angle. My sewing machine might sound horrible. It's got a bit of a smoker's cough. I tried to defluff it last night. Oh, and for all my diagnosing, I still kind of don't know what's wrong with it. But that's okay. This baby lock is actually extremely resilient and has taken quite a pounding. And yes, you can laugh that innuendo as well. But I think after 2 years of making the same coat, I think it's time to move on. Let's be real. How many coats have I made? How many designs? And it's ironic because this star pattern was one of the first coats I made. So I'm barely letting the people always talk about seam allowance. I'm going right across the bottom of the seam. I'm not the most technical person. I am a bit of a pirate. Oh, Waternay, there you are. You snuck in. Hey, Waternay, how's it going? How's it going? Because if I don't respond to you on Instagram, it's because I literally am like weirdly narcoleptic and I pass out because I don't sleep. So I stay up for large amounts of time. And I passed out last night. I was taking quite a pounding. You were so missed on Monday, Kilroy. You were so missed. Hey, Alibaba, there you are. How's it going? How's it going? Hello, awesome. Farewell, fashion world. It is time for retirement. I constantly talk about I need to add color to my wardrobe. I think I have achieved it. I officially I officially am a bag of Skittles. I watch a YouTuber and her name's Pam, and she makes overalls all the time, and she calls them Pameralls. So I'm thinking it's time for godless sewing alls or something in that. It's time for a change. And I'm ahead for winter because when winter comes back, I have a million coats ready to go. Do you know what's funny? For all my fancy scissors in this room, I'm using my 99-cent store scissors. I have Cutcos, I have Fiskars, but these are these are razor sharp. Yay. Oh my guys, don't worry about it. You get it when you get it. Yeah, but you send the greatest videos, Waternay. You do. I absolutely love the videos that you send me. And because I'm not on Instagram that much anymore. You guys are actually bringing me back to Instagram. Instagram just wasn't hitting for me. Talking about cleaning heads, defluffing, and taking a pounding, giving me the vapors. That's what we're here for. Godless sowing the thirst trap. It's a hot day, so no, it's not. Actually, it's not that hot. Yay! Hello, giggity. Do you really ever have a winter? Okay, I'm gonna say this, and you're gonna laugh at me. Anything under 70 degrees to me is freezing. Commander is here too. Yay. Anything under $70, Dollar Tree scissors, they are. Yeah, I'm here wherever they let me go home. I'll get my paperwork done. Hopefully that will be in time to able to hop in. It's cooler here. 26 Celsius. Alexa, what's 26 Celsius in Fahrenheit?
26 degrees Celsius is 78.8 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, I wish. Oh man, I can tell this is gonna take a minute because I've only got one arm done. Usually I'm rocking out to My Prerogative by Bobby Brown or like the Ghostbusters song by now with my headphones on. So if you ever see me with a video with my headphones on, I am rocking out to the cheesiest thing I can find. Or YouTubers who ramble. I love you guys as one who rambles because when I'm sewing, I need I need constant conversation because I don't want to constantly having to click on a video every 2 seconds. I can't believe I'm actually pinning properly. Usually I do not pin. This camera drives me crazy because it has autofocus. It's supposed to be fancy, but it's really not. Yeah, I had to ask Alexa to do math. Americans are amazing. Oh, New Jack Swing, that was like my era. That I think because I was there for the good, the bad, the ugly, the one-hit wonders, that whole era is just something I absolutely love. And I'm biased. And you know what's funny? Like you had to have talent back then. People actually could sing and dance. You had to know how to dance. You had to know choreography. Like it wasn't just all about your face. Oh. I got quiet because my machine it was doing this clicky thing last night and it was trying to do it again today. But that's because something was not hitting. Maybe it's the bobbin. New Jack Swing was absolutely my era. Now I just have Bobby Brown stuck in my head. Let's try that again. Okay. All right. See, I when when I'm recording, I cut out all my all right, all right, all right, all right. I say, let's go, like, because I watch way too much hockey and sports, so I'm constantly acting like I just scored a goal. Or I'm like, when I put my arms up, I act like I just like won the World Series. Cool. I love an easy fix. I gotta get my Cutcos. These scissors are probably they're from like what year was the first Iraqi war, like 91, 92, Desert Shield. My brother came back from Iraq and he worked for Cutco. And I still have the scissors and they still work. Okay, so I'm tripping because I did not reinforce that. Literally broke my own rule. Got to go over it twice. There we go. So when I get done with the arms, I'm going to pin the coat together. I'm going to pin the coat together and sew the coat, and then we're going to put the arms on. That's why it's always important to do prep work. That was back when music videos were mini movies. I miss that era. And honestly, what I'm doing on my other channel too is YouTube is going back on all of my videos and striking me. So every time I go into YouTube Studio, they're like, we're giving you a copyright strike for a video you made a year ago because you put some obscure reference in it, you know? So now I'm putting all of those videos on my ranting and sewing channel, on my Godless Sewing ranting and sewing channel. Because I want to see if it's going to give me a copyright strike or not, and that's a good launching board to use. YouTube's terms and services is so fickle nowadays, I can't tell anymore. It's the strangest thing. Duran Duran has some excellent mini movies, absolutely. I think they're the only. I could be wrong when I say this, but back in the day, they were the only band to have a number one on the soundtrack, or the first, or something like that. I think I've given myself a timeout. YouTube's going down the toilet. YouTube makes me angry, but I've just decided to take a deep breath and move on. They have attacked all my videos. They've attacked my numbers. They're coming after me, but that's all right. I love what I do, so it's not like I'm not here to be popular. I actually love what I do. You can only get 3 strikes. Well, what they do is they strike you and then they give you like they present you with option like, okay, if you don't take this down, we're going to strike you. Or if you don't accept this punishment, we're going to strike you. Cyndi Lauper kicked the bucket. What? I did not know that. And there was also somebody else too. That is so sad. I'm going to pin. Now I'm going to pin the rest of the that's the internet hoax. See, now I got to go to Google. Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Where's the one the phone? Oh, I'm not. I actually. Do you know what's so funny? It's so hot in here. My phone keeps on getting angry with me and kicking itself off. There we go. Now I have to look it up. They got me. I don't know if anyone ever watched Pawn Stars, but there was this guy named Chumley, and they've said he's passed away. Like, that's who it was. It was Sinead O'Connor passed away. It was Sinead O'Connor passed away. I saw that. I can't believe I'm going to. I'm so mad at Twitter X, whatever it's called. I am so over it. Oh, I'm so mad at you, internet. I'm over it. Okay, is it Sinead? No, Sinead. I don't think Sinead O'Connor is a hoax. Kilroy was on the news here. So it's Sinead and Cyndi Lauper. Alexa, has Cyndi Lauper passed away?
From her.com. She passed away in 2014 at 81 years old.
Alexa, did Cyndi Lauper, the pop star, die?
From LATimes.com. Captain Lou Albano, who became one of the most recognized professional wrestlers of the 1980s after appearing in Cyndi Lauper.
Thank you.
Anytime. Literally.
Kiavad body dad. Binchi Makina. Sinead is a hoax. She isn't a hoax. Yeah. Because that was all over the BBC and stuff. Do you know what's so sad? What is happening right now is so sad that we live in a world of such lying and misinformation that when someone passes away, we're like, we don't even know if it's real or not. I had to buy some LED light bulbs for the chandelier. It's too hot when I play games. And I about melted away, drafting her shirt. They're in my kitchen. I thought it was so cool to get this like metal siding. And because I had fluorescent lights and it was in the ceiling. So I had this giant hole in the ceiling. So I decided to completely line it with metal and get these really fancy lights. I created a sauna in my kitchen. So if you ever see me with the lights on in my kitchen, it's late at night. I'm going to get my paperwork and home soon. Awesome, Commander. I'll still be here. I haven't even pinned my shirt yet, which I should be doing. Oh, man, this machine. Okay. And now I have, I see your true colors stuck in my head now. Oh. That's the one thing about sewing in a comfy chair. I don't want to get up. Let me check my notes before anything too crazy. Today is National Aunt and Uncle Day. On behalf of the entire House of Sewing, go stuff yourself. Today's Auntie Days. The only aunt I like passed away recently. Oh, today is Fiesta de Santa Ana Day in Nicaragua. Holistic Therapy Day. I can see you guys. I see you. Today is Independence Day in Libya and the Maldives. National All or Nothing Day. I'm kind of all or nothing sometimes, I guess. I kind of did make my entire kitchen into an easy bake oven. It's great during the winter, but during every summer, I'm like, why did I do this in my kitchen? Why did I do this to myself? The problem is that where I live in California, like we can do all kinds of crazy stuff, like put grease down the drain. You can't do that in a cold weather place. And I wouldn't not necessarily recommend being a pirate like me and putting grease down the drain, but I'm just saying. Because I live in an extremely warm place, it doesn't affect it like it would in a cold weather city. So what I'm doing right now is lining up my coat. And I probably showed the lining off already, but I used the fancy lining, I know. But it's time to actually use this material. I've had it for a couple months. I know at some point I'm going to put my glasses on for accuracy, but this is all fronting for the internet right now. I don't have my glasses on. Like I said, usually when I'm doing this, I'm rocking out to Bobby Brown or I'm watching a live stream. So I'm not even a person that's lurking because I'm usually not even looking. I'm just sewing. Especially like on a night like tonight, like on a Wednesday. This is definitely the kind of night where I'd go in my playlist or I would be watching some crazy live stream. But lately, the Debate Me Bro crowd and being in other people's lives crowd has kind of gotten to me. So I've gone back to watching documentaries and minding my own business. Wow. And what year was that? 1948. Today, Harry Truman desegregated the military. Awesome. Do you know what's so funny? I purchased his book at a when a library was going out of business, and I still have not read his book yet. I think I should read his book. I've seen many from some Savile Row in London were very interested in linings, Disney prints, music prints. I love fancy lining, Alibaba. It's do you know what's so funny? I have this plain Nautica coat. I love the lining. I bought the coat literally just because of the lining. And formerly was in World War II. And also something that is completely ignored in American history during the Civil War, the North used over 300,000 African Americans. Think about how many people that is. And it's one of those fun facts that I feel like people in history just kind of like run right past. Because I have family that fought on both sides, says every American. That's like in Spanish, we have a saying too that everybody's grandfather has ridden with Pancho Villa. Or was there at the revolution. Oh. But I think it's ironic that I'm using this print because I fell in love with this print when I decided to be more than just an upcycler. So I have my pins in place, and actually I should put more in. I shouldn't be sloppy. Got to be professional because I'm on YouTube. But the one thing, I'm an overpinner, and sometimes I'm an underpinner. But placement is always important. I do this upside down because I've been making this coat for 2 years. I used the pattern one last time just to be nice, but I'm to the point where I can literally make this without the pattern. Right. Oh, right. You're going to laugh at me when you see how I attach arms, though. Let me put this back in place. Do you know what's really funny about 2 years ago? I had a complete meltdown and I completely rearranged this room and I took all the muck and all the junk out of this room. And in that 2 years, I've managed to refill this room. I got some 2-pronged pins that I liked. Do you know what kind of clips do you guys recommend? Like either on Amazon, at Walmart, Target. At this point I don't care because I'm breaking all my Amazon clips. I think it's because I'm in an extremely hot room and the plastic can't take the weather year after year. This is definitely a room that I have never got 2-prong pins. I'm interested if you have any recommendations. I can't even say on stream what my predecessor used to call it, but it's basically what Kilroy's saying here: nature abhors a vacuum. I look because when I first started sewing, I was like, I need all clunky things out of this room because you need space to move around and put patterns. And I have a 7-foot table that I put in here when I'm getting serious, and I need room for that table to walk around it and everything, you know. If I was gonna use clips, I'd literally buy a package of those metal binder clips that you find in office stores. I have all kinds. I have those Wonder clips, or maybe I got some knockoffs. You're gonna laugh at these. I keep these around just to laugh at sometimes. But should I start using these as clips? These are old school clothespins for anyone who doesn't know. All right, I'm gonna clear this. Get back to my sewing angle. Actually, I should take the pins out. I've been really stabbing myself lately from not paying attention while you're ranting and sewing. It is definitely good to take the pins out. Do you know, I always jokingly say reinforce your seams and be yourself, but I reinforce everything on purpose. All right, got the pins out of that one. Clips, try specifically wood pins, not just clothing. Oh, okay. Like for laundry lines, like the ones I just, not those types, but okay. I have I actually have a tailor friend, and they're actually reaching an age where they're starting to just give me random stuff. So I'll ask about that. Oh, I'd like to see some of those. Exactly. That's like out of my pay grade, I think. Okay. So we're gonna move that. Popeye needs his spinach, and then I will sew the base. Oh man, we're 50 minutes in and I just got the arms on. Yeah. Sewing and talking. Talking definitely slows down sewing. Another reason why I'm gonna stop making these is because like 2 weeks ago I made one and I was done within like an hour and a half. I was done. Like everything. Are you talking about the ones that are wood prongs with no metal spring? I'm curious now. I'm absolutely curious. I'm asking the same question that Waternay is asking. I think they're mostly use them for third world countries now. Interesting. Interesting. Do you know what? I will use anything that helps me. So, and because I was raised by an engineer, I also like unconventional things as well, like using something not necessarily for its proper use. Oh, this poor phone. There we go. There we go. At least iPhones let you know that they're overheating. Okay. So, got everything pinned. Popeye got his spinach. Let's sew. I have Don't You Stop It stuck in my head because I'm always looking for good hype songs before a stream. No, they have no springs. They also get to the point where the clip end is. They also go to a point where the clip end is. I may or may not have an idea of what you're talking about. I may or may not have an idea. And you know, I also live, and it's not just in downtown. We have markets everywhere. I live in the land of bootleg, where I can buy bootleg anything. because of our proximity to a port. I could buy almost bootleg almost anything. All right. I need to move my chair again. Oh, what am I stuck on? That's why I freaked out about tight quarters, is because you end up doing stuff like that. I completely threw the seam off on the sewing machine because I sat on this thing. But that's okay. Now I'm remembering why I decluttered this room 2 years ago. There's absolutely no pressure here at the House of Sewing. If it wasn't for mistakes, I wouldn't have a YouTube channel. Oh, that's throwing down a beautiful stitch. This machine is getting kind of a knock, but I use sewing machines. And I get refurbished sewing machines. Well, I refurbish them myself. And then I use them until they burn out. And then I refurbish them and burn them out again, you know. Oh. I can't. Oh, no pressure whatsoever in any way, shape, or form, Alibaba. No pressure whatsoever. I'm kind of doing a lighthearted stream today because I've been seeing so much drama on YouTube and so many people looking for fights, starting fights, bringing up subjects they're not even like, man, I don't know. The world is strange to me. I know everyone has an opinion and everyone's entitled to their opinion, but man, sometimes you should keep it to yourself. And that's my opinion. So I'd rather have a good time than all the drama that's been going on and posturing and making crazy videos. Now I feel like I'm making one of my pre-records because I'm like, oh, that machine sounds beautiful. But you do get a sense of accomplishment when you like I completely put this machine back together. And so I do get a sense of pride when it's firing on all cylinders. I see things in it. Oh, that's my middle name. Especially with my Amazon habit. I lose things all the time. I get mad at myself sometimes for just breezing by things. I do the same thing because I'm such an a compulsive shopper. I do the exact same thing. That's like I have to stop myself from buying and I would only be doing it for YouTube. I have to stop myself from buying it's an imitation. It's a complete knockoff of the Singer M1000. It's a knockoff mini sewing machine. It's identical to it. It has every bell and knob and whistle. It just doesn't say Singer on it. And I kind of want it, but I know it's just Amazon junk. I saw some questionable videos pop up in my feed. I was all, how did you get there? Do you know what though? Like one of the reasons I don't go on Twitter as much as I used to is because like my Twitter is nothing but fight videos and Star Trek. Which I know is an extremely strange combination. Plus, like Twitter is where everybody goes with half the information to fight each other. Laugh out loud, don't do it. Godless sewing, not that junk machine. It's the collector in me, Alibaba. And you know what? It is a junk machine because, do you know I'm such a shill? I don't want to badmouth mini sewing machines because they have made my channel. Oh, I'm officially sold out. Mini sewing machines are great. I have officially with all my sponsors on this evening. But I wanted to add it to my collection. Like this, that red Smart Tech, that thing is one step up from a jailhouse tattoo gun. It's an awful piece of machinery. I bought it because it's red. And they're like, we don't have the plugs or anything. You can have it for $1. I was like, thank you. Thank you. Not even worth $1. They should be giving those away. You don't, you need to get a real mini learning machines. So the Singer, I have it. It's like a Singer something. That was a toy. Oh, it's hidden behind all that junk over. It's hidden behind the screen now. That's an absolute toy. Mini sewing machines, the most solid one I have is the 1980s Merit, actually, and my Elna. My Elna is a solid machine, but then again, people actually put time and love and care into making that machine. New video idea: sew a coat with a jail tag. I saw a video on it was like a YouTube short, so it must have been on TikTok or Instagram or one of them. People lined up 10 of those mini sewing machines, the really cheap ones, and they turned them all on at once. I want to do that. I think I have at least 10 of those. But the thing is, if you put a 12 volt in one of those, it just starts literally going. It starts chewing. That's how I describe a sewing machine that won't stop moving. Is by chewing, because it literally looks like it's chewing. A Raymond or a Singer 20. I'm going to look into that. I've seen a toy Elna. I have an Elna mini Lotus SP. And I weirdly know every sewing machine that's in this room because I'm a geek. Yeah, it's my mini Lotus. I love that stinking machine. That thing's awesome. That thing is absolutely awesome. But because I've collected every mini sewing machine I can see because I'm a thrifter, I'm like, oh, it's a sewing machine. I grab it. I don't even look and see what it is. A lot of them are junk. That's my beef. That's why I am singing the same song for the past couple of years since I made that video with Tiny Tim in the thumbnail. They're just junk. Prove me wrong. Please prove me wrong. I'll go and buy one right now. Prove me wrong. I want to be proven wrong. I've got my Wilcox and Gibbs high on the restoration list. There's a couple that like I need to take and sandblast. I need to take and the funny thing is on the other side of this wall, I have a sandblaster. I have the staged freaking I can make my own cage and everything. I just haven't done it yet. Because there's quite a few machines I would be sandblasting that day. The Mini Lotus is super nice, collectible for sure. It's a solid machine too. I appreciate it when they actually take time out to make it a real sewing machine. That's why I was shocked that the Merit was actually a sewing machine. It's literally on a pedestal in this room. It's hidden by the chair, but I was shocked that it actually works. Hook up a toy machine to a big industrial motor and until and run it in the ground. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all. Water Nice Singer used the W&G chain stitch hook on their Singer 24/7. Mine from 1899 has it. And that's another thing. I don't have any antique minis. Like all the mini sewing machines I have are more in the modern era. I think my Lotus SP is probably the oldest one because that's like early 80s. And my Singer Merit is also, they're probably around the same era. I could be wrong, so don't quote me on that. But let me get back to my exciting angle. Oh, whoops. Boomer. I was raised by boomers. Let's see. Is it that one? That's not as exciting as the sewing angle. There we go. There we go. I can hear my air conditioning kicking on for the house. I have Janet Jackson All Right just stuck in my head because ever since I made that yellow coat, I've been on this Cab Calloway just dance-a-thon. I didn't know that. I know, I always learn something from Professor Alibaba. Photonic Industrial Channel on YouTube. Overpowered a Singer 99K with a washing machine motor. I am taking notes. I am taking notes. Mythbusters taught me that you can't hide behind a car door if someone's shooting at you unless you have a Lincoln Continental, and even then it won't save you. Be careful what media you use. An ultrasonic cleaner would probably be better option for cleansing sewing machine parts. Do you know why I was thinking about sandblasting, Mark? Is because I've seen it on YouTube. And my over ambitious self, I'm like, oh, I have all the equipment. I have all the equipment. Let's just do it. That's how I still will never forgive myself for rubbing the star off of my sewing machine with Gojo. I will never forgive myself for that one. And it's not a project if your pins aren't stabbing you. He is a bit crude. Uh-oh, now that the AC is on, Godless brown out. I would feel so bad. I told you guys, I got in a car accident. I hit a power pole, knocked out power for 17,000 people. I stupidly put like, oh, I survived on Facebook, and people were like, that was you. My own neighbors were ready to fight me. So if you ever do cause a brownout, don't go brag about it on Facebook because your neighbors know where you live. Oh, that was actually, I learned a lesson that day. All right, we'll run her through one more time. Then I'll retrieve all my pins. Promethean sewing machines use an electrolysis bath to remove the paint. Ultrasonic cleaner will remove rust and dirt without removing much material. I need to write all of this down because, like I said, I literally used Gojo on a historical sewing machine because there's a plaque on it that says "Made in Occupied Japan," and there's not too many of those laying around anymore because they were all melted down and turned into something else. That is the back of the coat. Yeah, I'm sewing everything inside out. I sew everything inside out. But this is the back. This is the back. Wrong camera. That's the back. You can tell by the tail. Yay, I'm going back to my home garage. Yay, Commander. We love almost quitting time. Do you know what's really funny? I am not this cheery in the morning. I know that might be shocking to some people. So on the way home, I am literally dancing in the car. And also, I have extremely long arms. So I'm making this look a lot easier than what it really is. Perfect. I thought it was seeing a tail. I thought I was seeing a tail on a coat. You gotta. I am down for a good tail on a coat. I put tails on most of my coats. I love that look. I love. You got to have a tail on your look. Our ancestors, our great ancestors had tails. We should have tails on our coats. Oh, it's perfect. And that's without a serger. This is no, I'm not fronting. I'm not saying that like I'm a perfect, I'm the senior seamstress. I'm not pretending to be Garrick on Deep Space Nine. That's without a serger, but I love this print. This is going to be a duster that I wear all the time. This is going to be the one that I play out. I love this print, but like I said earlier, it's time to retire. It's definitely time to retire. After a couple years of making the same coat, you could blindfold me. Maybe I should do that. We should do some challenge. Godless sewing the sewing ninja. Oh, someone might take that in the wrong context. But blindfold me and I can make this coat or a poncho at least. I love the Victorian stuff. I like them too. Absolutely. And when I'm done lining everything, it just looks classier. I love it when people tell me like, "Oh, where did you get that coat? Oh my gosh, no one cuts it like that anymore." And I'm like, "I made it." I love that. I don't know why more people don't use walnut shells, Alibaba. I've seen some tool in other machine restoration videos and things that get seriously roughed up with harsh. I have a walnut mix that I use in my sandblaster. It just depends on the material. That reminds me, I need to paint my truck, and I've been really slacking on that. I've been really slacking on that. Never seen blindfolded. That's true. I don't know how I would be able to cut the fabric blindfolded. That is very true. Next comes the fun part, because this is when I place the coat on the mannequin and I start lining up the arms, because I don't know how to sew arms any other way. Oh, I missed that part, but that's why it's always good to look under close inspection. Beautiful. Perfect. do you have business cards for tailoring business, Godless? It's in the past year and a half, it's kind of taken off. It started off word of mouth. I need to get like 100% more professional, because my business is actually picking up. Godless Tailoring LLC, Godless Ventures Company. I like it, but I wouldn't build a spaceship. I would help people. I wouldn't like make a spaceship the size, the shape of a penis and launch it in outer space. I would actually help my fellow humans. I would give everyone a sewing machine. Says the guy who makes Bezos rich. Like, I'm waiting on an Amazon package right now. I shouldn't badmouth Bezos considering I make him rich. Oh. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. So I'm going to take the pins out and then I'll show you the semi-finished project. I already have the collar made. I made the collar last night because that's actually kind of a process on its own. If you ever wonder why people charge a lot of money for like tailored clothes, it's because it's much more of a process than people actually let on. And I completely appreciate anyone who makes clothes for anyone. The sewing machine is very because lately and that's why I blow sewing machines out, is because like lately I've been making clothes for my religious friends, and they want long denim dresses, and denim destroys sewing machines. Oh, whoops, wrong button. That's why it's almost time to invest in an industrial. But then here comes the argument. What industrial do I buy? I wanted the Brother and the Juki, but they're both slave machines. I can get shanghaied and go use a Juki for the rest of my life, 40 yards and a sewing machine. That's a freaking t-shirt. Patent pending, patent pending, patent pending. I like that. Ooh. Kilroy, you just invented something. I'm gonna take that into that one debate me bro crowd that's gonna be shocked by me. I'm down for these social bro. I would help everybody that I could. I would help everybody that I could. Because I don't know. I used to hang out with people that would sit around and talk about, oh, if I had money and this and that. Like, no, let's be real. If you had money, you would take care of all your immediate concerns first. You would. And then after you took care of all your immediate concerns, then you would start becoming Bill Gates and helping people. There wouldn't be a point where you're living in your apartment and you would like want someone else to live better than you. Like, let's be real, you know. But after I was done with all my petty wants and needs, I would help everybody I could. To a certain extent. I'm not going to be like Dave Chappelle, where he had to make a disclaimer when he got all that money. He's like, oh, I'm going to help all these people. And Oprah was like, stop talking. You're going to get sued. We restart the draft, but instead of sending you to the Army, we'll send you to sewing classes. I was thinking about that too. I've actually been looking that up. I'm gonna take a sewing class, and it's gonna be Godless Sewing takes a sewing class. But I've legitimately been thinking about that because I wanna learn different styles. I'm mad enough to say that I don't know everything. I'm not the king of sewing, you know. So I am definitely down to take a class. But this is that weird part where you try it on. Oh, beautiful. Oh, the neckline is perfect too because I've made this a million times. Beautiful. All right. So now I'm going to put this on the mannequin. I've got to move this table and take my wool coat. I would put that coat on, but wool is very unforgiving in a room where it's 98 degrees. As they say on planes, put your mask on first. They tell that to the parents too, that you can't help your kids if you're not completely healthy yourself. I live by that. Thank you, Waternay. I live by that. That's why, like, I live by example. My son stretches every day when he gets up because I do. It's important to, you know, at least for someone like me. This is terrible ASMR with my 1980s tables. I apologize. Oh. But my old Rubbermaid tables are the only ones that can take a pounding, and they keep on coming back. I still love the color of this. This color absolutely pops. I can't wait until it's cold enough to wear this thing. Oh, man. Okay, so let me put this on the mannequin. Let me get everything in focus. Okay. So we're almost actually done. All we need to do is attach the collar and the arms, and we'll have a coat. I didn't know how that table hasn't crapped out on you. Yeah. So funny story. There's two that I have a black Rubbermaid that's 4 feet. I destroyed that poor guy, and I had 2 5-footers. I only have 1 5-footer left, and my 7-foot. I agree. I agree. I don't know how it's lasted this long, but I agree. I have destroyed those tables. Those are like the definition of hobby tables. I absolutely love the one thing I love about my Rubbermaid tables though is that I can cut into them and they take the cut. They don't scar too bad. Like oh, excuse me. My cutting mat that I bought, I cut too deep into it and I literally cut through the mat. So what's the point of it? A good table is important. I was struggling to pin the Luderloh pattern in place for drafting. Realized I made an actual pin board on the other side of my table protector. Oh, I do stuff like that all the time, Waterne. All the time. That is my middle name. Honestly, like people are like, how did you gain all this experience? It's from every mistake I've ever had. Oh man. Okay, so I'm gonna move my chair and start adding my pins. I'll move the camera up a little bit. And for anyone who's ever wondering about my 76 flags, about any of it, I feel like when somebody uses something as a hate symbol, you shouldn't give them any room. You shouldn't give them any room whatsoever. And you should remind them that that's your flag too. So, because I've got a lot of hate mail from because I have quite a few 76 flags in here actually. There must have been a sale because my father purchased them years ago. I was pressing down really hard, like a crazy person. And I learned that day that those cutting mats are not necessarily made for that. All right, let me move my chair. So if I turn on my super bright lights and I start the great LA brownout, don't tell on me. Please do not tell on me. All right, we're still here. I just like when I think it was the Proud Boys. Let me see if I can move this mic up more. When the Proud Boys started wearing black and yellow, I was like, you are not allowed to have Wu-Tang's colors. So like if you come after certain things, I will go after you because black and yellow is for the children because Wu-Tang is for the children, as Wu-Tang would say. It's embarrassing. My ex-wife, her son walks in here and he points it under my desk and he's like, that's a fire hazard. And I'm like, kid, you're 3. You don't even know what a fire hazard is. I love this quote, by the way, because this is so true. Story at 11. This is so true. Maybe it's a flat square style. Snitches get stitched. Exactly, Kilroy. I was so mad when the Proud Boys, and that's another thing. I wore a Jerome Bettis jersey in the 90s. Thou shalt not besmirch the Steelers. That's why I still wear black and yellow. I wear snot green because there's a certain biker gang I'm not giving it to. Like, you can't let the punks win. The method where you sew the sleeves flat and then close up the side seams might experiment with the shirt I'm making. Wearable mock-up. I like that. I have such a piratey way with my sewing. Sometimes I don't know if I'm self-taught or if I'm doing it the right way. I don't even know anymore. But oh, all right. Because do you know I don't think I've ever done this while explaining it. So this is much more of a stiff material. This is that outdoor stuff that I always use because it's more durable and it lasts longer. So it gets asked out more. So I try to find, I'm not necessarily technical when I line it up because I sew it out, sew everything. There we go. Okay. So once I get my top piece in, I'm lining up as much as I can. And then all I do is sew along the sides, but I'm not necessarily pinning along the side because I need to be able to sew on that side. And that's my one and only piratey trick that I use for sewing sleeves. Besides that, it's just a lot of pinning, stabbing yourself and screaming, "Dough!" my my brother was a Steelers fan since before I was born. I could hear him slapping his head with that Steelers on the cross, right? Oh, that's great. Oh, that's great. The old Regency types are like that. I wondered about that. What do you think? Too hard to ease a sleeve head in or easier? This is much more stiff. Careful, skits will be getting the vapors again. If you do you know what's really funny? When I first came in the community, I was nothing but innuendo, but it really put a lot of people off because I do tell a lot of off-putting jokes and a lot of really dirty jokes, but it gave some people the wrong impression easier. But I second guess myself so much that I really don't think about it as an improvement. I'm the same way. I second guess everything. It's a bad habit, actually. When I first came in the community in general, I was nothing but D jokes and having fun because I didn't take the internet serious. And people got the wrong impression about me and took certain liberties, which is really sad. But now I just have "why can't we be friends" stuck in my head. All right. Ironically, this is the fast I've done this in a long time. Ironically, is that a real word? In an ironic twist, this is the fastest I've done this in a while because I'm doing this live. There we go. Okay. So line that up. Pin this part. That's what gives it that trench coaty look. I have war stuck in my head now. When that was one of the many records my parents had. War, and when I was a kid, I was obsessed with War and Earth, Wind, and Fire. Give one of those smelling salts to this guy. I know, Skits, you missed all the innuendo. It was hard, stiff, rode hard, put up wet, and all that other fancy stuff we say on YouTube. It is. That is an excellent album. You know, it's really funny. That's one of those albums that I put on and still to this day listen to from beginning to end. Remember, too, there are no cuffs yet, or they get attached. Or I told you this is pirate sewing. I'll show you. We're not there yet. It's early. It is early. I knew you were still there, Skits. Oh man, Coffee and water. It's important to stay hydrated while you're sewing in a hot garage. Oh. Oh, now I really have Why Can't We Be Friends stuck in my head. There's been a lot of war lately. Well, when is there not war on YouTube? But like I watched certain channels and this one guy was like, "Hey man." And he just started singing that song and it made me laugh so hard. Because I guarantee you, for all those people that hate each other, they probably have more common ground than anything else. I was thinking of that method as being much easier on machines. They don't have a free arm. I'm always taking suggestions. I am always taking suggestions because I am definitely a pirate when it comes to sewing. There we go. That's perfect. I have been on this weird, like, I've been listening to Magic Carpet Ride 2 and Born to Be Wild. But like in the biker world, people make fun of people who listen to Born to Be Wild, and they're like, "Oh, do you have your America helmet on?" I love that song. Heading on the highway, looking for adventure. I love this lining. I'm so glad I finally used it. It's literally just been sitting here and I'm just staring at it. All right, perfect. You know what? You want to come loose? I'm just going to pin you 100 times. Oops, that was my finger. I was thinking of that method as much as being easier on. Oh, yeah, we already read that one. Area man passes out from dehydration and sewing machine sews self to coat. I've actually done that. That's funny and not funny. That's why I don't wear hockey jerseys and sew anymore. I've put one through my Dowdy jersey a couple times. Steppenwolf is badass. I still bump it to this day. Pantera has been playing If You Wanted to Make Me Stay by Sly. Oh, Panera. I thought you said Pantera. I really need to put my glasses on. Let me get in here. Panera has been playing. Oh, I'm thinking of Panera Bread. That's probably a website that I've never even heard of. I'm so old. If You Want Me to Stay by Sly and the Family Stone. Such a good song. I love that song. My Google Maps got confused. I searched for Chinese food and it brought up Domino's. I love how they blasted. Thank you. That's why I've been I obsessively watch certain movies, and First Contact is my movie. I love that part. And you know what? When they finally do blast off into outer space, I hope I hope the first real astronauts play that song. I just noticed the Canadian liquor ad shirt you're wearing. Oh, this is a NASCAR. No, Panera Bread playing the classics and still. Oh, okay. They do that at my grocery store. They play bangers. They had Zapp and Roger on. I'm like, okay, grocery store, okay. Oh, this is NASCAR. They are equal opportunity. They're label whores. If you pay, you'll get thrown on the jersey. This particular team was discontinued though. They're not around anymore. I just love this jersey. And now I just have war blasting in my head. I heard you work for the CIA. See that those guys would have never gotten Alexa in their house. They were rightly paranoid. Ooh, that's a bad pin job. We can't do that. That's subpar. There we go. Perfect. All right. So I got my sleeves in place. Oh man, I think this is like a 15-foot mic cable this is hooked up to. I could literally like walk on my front lawn with this microphone. That's the one cool thing about this. All right. I'm pretty sure NASCAR would shield for the Russian military. So true, Kilroy. So true. American companies are funny that way. And they recently found American components on Russian weapons because we are heartless and ruthless in this country. I saw that story today where they found American components in Russian weapons. Because we'll sell to everybody. We're like the British. I remember when my cousin was going to Canada, tired of getting school supplies all over at the tire store, but now I'm in the know. Oh, whoops! This mic is like sinking down. Whoops! Here, let's tighten that. I almost got an Industrial Singer tracker once. I really should have got it and stored it. That's everything I've ever been like, oh, I don't need that today, and I walk past it. I'm like, why did I do that to myself? I need a dry hat. So we're gonna go a bit old school. I think Alibaba might get the reference on this one. Ooh. Oh, that's a beautiful hat. I need a dry hat though. Perfect. I'm so sad. It's hockey season and I'm watching like games from 2017 on YouTube because I'm starving for hockey. That's so sad. Okay. So while this hat's drying out, let's sew the arms on. My mic stand definitely needs Viagra. Got an alert from Twitter today that someone from Russia tried to access my account. They need friends. They need hobbies. Russia. We are not that exciting. And Skits has already been hacked once. We know it's not him when you're trying to sell us Bitcoin. Russia. We know it's not Skits. Would you stop trying to sell me Viagra, though? Your mic stand needs Viagra. I'm kidding. Well, in 1996, NATO and Russia soldiers were doing peacetime exercises together. Spritz your hat with some vodka before it dries to keep it fresh. I know you're gonna laugh at me. I don't have any alcohol in my house. I do not have a drop of liquor in my house. It's because I don't drink, so it's one of those things that I haven't collected booze over the years. That's absolutely horrible. I'm home and I'm going to get everything set up. And then awesome. The link. You're in the know, Commander. You can hop in anytime. I have war just blasting between my ears. Why did I click on Twitter? Twitter is awful. I need a new habit. And why is Threads dumb and why do I hate it already? I'm kidding. I haven't explored on Threads. I'm not badmouthing. I will not badmouth anything that I haven't explored on yet. I'm kind of joking. I'm taking a break right now because it's hot in here. I need some vodka just for sanitizing processes. Oh, okay. I have a lot of rubbing alcohol because at the weird industrial place by my house, they sell the industrial peroxide and alcohol. So I buy a handle of each. That is horrible, isn't it? Well, is it? It isn't the Toronto Maple Leafs. I love dead organizations, old organizations. Where I live in LA, people weirdly wear Montreal Expos hats, and it's not even a gang thing. It's an over 40 thing. I think it's anyone that's my age who remembers them actually playing. They say rubbing alcohol is too harsh on fabrics. You're gonna laugh at me, but I use it on my skin. I had terrible acne as a kid. So I dry out my skin because I had super oily skin. Doing industrial peroxide is just fun if you can get it pure enough. You can use it in hydraulic rocket fuel. Okay. So no joke, where I live, if you buy too much of it, you get put on a list. It happened to a man. We thought it was a funny ha-ha thing. This guy went around, bought a bunch. He had bad intentions, but yeah. So if you go around, God, it's trying to even this out on YouTube is strange. But yeah, if you go around buying too much of that stuff around here, you will get put on a list. Happened in my area too. That is a collector's item. That is a collector's item here. Godless selling, same as the Expos original. Exactly. Any Expos, anything like any dead teams, anything's are collectible around here. And they started reselling Expos hats because once a year I go and buy a new Dodger hat, which I have not done yet. But I was so shocked to see a few rows of Expos hats because I recognized the original one because it was so colorful. All right, let's add the arms on. This is usually the most painful part of the process. I'm not going to sit up here and pretend. I'm not going to front like I'm the greatest sewist of all time. What did I crunch? This one gives me a hard time, but I kind of have it down to a science at this point. You know what? Let's check the bobbin. Oh, it can still go. But this, I do not necessarily recommend, but this is my piratey way of putting, oh, I think I put that in backwards, of putting arms on a jacket. Sleeve hell. It is sleeve hell. I've said this since day one, and I have not deviated. I am not a fan of sleeves. I'm not a fan. I'm already on a watch list. Who knew having 2,000 pounds, 200 pounds of potassium nitrate would make the government pay attention? So Mark knows exactly what I'm talking about. Around here, like it's different. Like at my job, I have certain certifications and stuff because everything is illegal in California, and that's kind of a joke. And people who know, like in the state of California, we have laws for everything. So everything's illegal here. Everything, every chemical. My bug spray. I have a bug spray called Dualicide. It's illegal in the state of California, and it says do not sell in the state of California. But they do anyways. So I'm probably put on a list for that stuff. And I don't care. It's literally ant spray. But I think one of the reasons it gets you put on the list is because you can do other things with it. It's not like, oh, you're just overkill with ants. It's because you could do all kinds of crazy stuff with it. I'm not that creative. I'm not. I buy a jug of peroxide and I'm literally just trying to dry my face out because I had acne as a child and I still kind of do. But I take care of my skin now. All right, let's switch this to the proactive angle. There we go. But yeah, around here is I've been investigated by the feds. They knew everything, including what YouTube channels I watch. That scares me. But I have nothing to hide, so come at me. Tomorrow, my house will literally be raided. Literally. That's crazy, Mark. That's absolutely crazy. I've told this story 100 times about when somebody I knew went AWOL and the feds raided a friend of mine's house. In the United States of America, they do not play with people who go AWOL. They do not play. They came to my neighborhood looking for someone who went AWOL. Wouldn't even. But Waternay, like there are certain things that if you buy, it gets you put on a watch list because of the potential idiotic, the crazy stuff that you can do with it, you know? And it's the same here. I'm surprised I haven't been hit up yet. For all the crazy stuff that they buy at my job. But I have a giant septic tank that we have to hit caveman style with all kinds of crazy chemicals. This is my crazy way of sewing sleeves on. Hey, this is the first time I'm doing this without a bunch of cursing. I'm kidding. Oh, perfect. All right. So, see, now I got to check the top and see where all my mistakes were. This is where my sleeves become quadruple reinforced. All right. Beautiful. I do feel like Bob Ross when I say that. Oh, look at all the happy bobbins. They even knew stuff I paid cash for. So, oh, wow. I guess if someone's following you around, you know. Hey, Commander. Is that me or you? It might be me. No, that's you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I
Sorry. Chemistry. Yeah. It didn't matter, Waternay. I'm not doing anything illegal. I have the same attitude. I have the exact same attitude. Like when I got audited, I was like, come at me. I'm not hiding anything. They found stuff that I didn't know though. Somebody in my family went AWOL. They came up to PA from Georgia looking for him. Yes. When I was in high school, long story short, we befriended this insane human named Alex who had full mental breakdowns. We didn't realize he was AWOL, and the feds came looking for him. That's what I mean, Mark. You're not doing anything wrong, but you got hassled and blocked from a bunch of stuff while they figured it out. How are you doing, Commander?
Oh, all right. Just got home from the amount of money they're going to pay me for tonight wasn't even worth me going out. So
it was or wasn't?
Wasn't.
Oh, that's awful. I do a lot of side jobs, and one of the reasons I do is because they are what keeps the light on and keeps my fabric habit going.
Well, I think what this was last week I wound up having to take almost the entire week off because I needed to renew my medical examiner certificate. I needed to make sure my blood pressure was under control. I was arguing with a shrink regarding wording, and I need to cancel some shrink appointments down in Virginia, which were contingencies.
Yikes. It's not easy finding a psychiatrist. I didn't get blocked from anything. I didn't know about most of it until they turned up. That's the thing. It's creepy when the Fed I think it's creepy knowing that someone's watching you. My father was in an industrial accident. He got all the skin burnt off of his hands and his face. And the only thing that saved his eyes is that he wore glasses. And long story short, he sued and won a bunch of money, but they investigated him for months. And they had videotapes of me driving my father around. So ever since I was a teenager, it's weird when people follow you around, you know?
I had coworkers who were busy claiming that they needed to go out on disability while they were wrestling in other people's yards.
Okay, so as back in the day, I would have laughed at that. As someone who's old and an employer, I would fire someone and take them off my insurance, because that's the kind of person that's gonna get that's a liability. And I love my wrestling peeps, but that human is a liability.
Yeah, he also was related to someone really high up in the defense contractor from hell, so he didn't get fired. And he was busy wrestling while he was claiming that he couldn't work anymore because of disability, while he was also suing someone for allegedly hitting him on his motor scooter.
I grew up around a lot of wannabe professional wrestlers. It beats up your body. It's kind of funny that you would bring that up. I'm boycotting the planet right now because everything is just depressing. So I've been watching a lot of like people talking about old wrestlers and a lot of like the old behind the ring. These guys had terrible lives.
Yeah, even though it's fake, they still beat the shit out of each other.
And then they would take a bunch of sorry, Commander. They would take a bunch of steroids to keep up with the young guys.
And that hardens the arteries later on in life and creates heart problems.
Oh, big time. It really, like, I was sitting there like, oh my gosh, where they're just having a good day. One good day doesn't mean consistent abilities to work. Depends on what disability they're claiming, I suppose. As somebody oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, but when you're claiming that you can't stand in front of a machine, right? Because it's too fucking painful and you're busy wrestling.
That's a big difference.
Like mental disabilities, you can look like you're happy one minute, but bipolar will get you Social Security.
That is very true. But like in my dad's case, he was in an industrial accident, but like he always said, he was like, they just don't give you a large amount of money without investigating you. It didn't matter about who he was. It was more like, okay, we're just going to make sure that you are who you say you are. But he loved telling people what to do. So it was like 4 months of videos of literally my father being like pointing at things and me just dragging things in the house.
He was a smart cookie.
We called him Charles the First. As he got older, he looked at me. He's like, I need a servant. I was like, brother, you don't need a servant. But he was that kind of person. So he was smart. I think he knew deep down inside that they were watching him. So he just didn't lift a finger. Literally.
Well, he did, but it was only the point.
Yeah, but he was actually injured. Like, as somebody who's been sued a bunch of, I've been in the past 10 years, I've been sued over 25 times. And it's more or less from people trying to get over on the system. Or they don't understand what workman's comp is. Like, they'll get hurt on the job, not understanding that, like, you're covered under our insurance. You just don't, like, there's it's always a weird gray area. And they lose every time. He had you doing the whole chore list for real, Waternay. But that was his mentality. I don't blame him. He had 9 kids. He deserved it after a while.
I'm just trying to think, how do you even feed 9 kids nowadays?
You know what's so funny you'd say that? I don't know because like I switched grocery stores because I got tired of being ripped off. I go to a Smart and Final, a place called Smart and Final by my house. I switched to Aldi's, bought the same products, and it was $175 cheaper. For this, like Isaiah and I, we eat the exact same things. We're boring over and over, you know? But if that is inflation, it's not like, oh, like where I'm from, there's thanks Joe Biden stickers everywhere. The I did that stickers, but it's inflation. Is that Biden's fault? I don't know.
Well, considering that I was seeing those stickers on the gas pumps a week after he took office.
Where's my wallet? I took one off of a gas pump. There it is. Oh, my little guy in 2017. Now he's old and bitter. But wrong camera. I will learn this one day. I took that off a gas pump years ago. It's been in my wallet for years. They're everywhere here. But like all
and then like currently a third of the world's grain supply has been taken out of service. Thanks to Vladimir Putin, but you can't tell the people who put those stickers up that.
Exactly. You probably have to go to the food bank all the time. Cost of living versus income has changed so much compared to back in the day. It's unreal. The avocados that cost $0.25 are $1.50 now, and this is less than a year ago. The gas pump thing is just one thing. But in California, we're still paying over $5. At least where I live, we're still paying over $5. I live next to a freeway, though, so it's a racket. It's a racket in general. India is not exporting. That is not Putin. Alibaba says that it's not Putin.
Ukrainian grain is a third of the grain in the world, and right now it's being blockaded.
Oh, okay. That's like if they blocked our beef, not realizing how many people we actually feed around the world.
I mean, they're blowing up the facilities in Odessa that are used to transport the grain onto the ships, and they attacked a Romanian ship. I'm trying to remember the name of the river. I think the Danube. But it was a NATO vessel, believe it or not, flying under the flag of a NATO country.
That's crazy. Do you know, whenever I watch your videos, the next video that always pops up is the news. So because of you, I actually know what you're talking about. Or I didn't realize I was subscribed to NPR, so they always pop up after now. And that is a piece of a broken needle that is going in the ashtray before it ends up in my foot.
Tomorrow I'm going to bring my computer to work and hopefully finish where the orc is sitting under a bridge retching about how he can't get laid because he's horrible, but it's not his fault he's horrible. It's the fault of the liberals and the damn NATO. I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for that meddling NATO. But
that's a good line still. I like that line. Oh, there was something else. Let me look at my notes. There was something else. try not to stay too. Today's Mick Jagger's birthday, and the only reason I bring that up is because my mom was obsessed with the Rolling Stones, so that was like one of my first bands.
I have a video on my channel, Sympathy for the Devil, with Donald Trump as the devil.
Do you know what's really funny? I was gonna wear I have a shirt. It's a band called Municipal Waste. It's a Texas band, and their patch is Donald Trump relieving himself of life. And every time I wear that patch, someone complains to me, or they unsubscribe too.
Well, screw them.
Every time. I think personally, I think it's the same person, just being a troll. But that's just my biased opinion. But every time I wear that shirt, it causes a fight.
I used to sell T-shirts of Vladimir Putin holding up a baby Trump.
I'm behind on the chat because I'm surprised I actually got these arms on pretty fast. I hate putting on arms so much that I will take a smoke break, walk around the neighborhood, go to the store.
I still need to get a sewing machine and get up the nerve to learn.
I had lost most of my skill. And when I picked it back up, it was right there. It's like riding a bike. Once you learn certain things, it's just lining it up and getting the confidence.
Yeah, I know. Vladimir is basically trying to starve the poor of the world in the hopes that they'll all be running to Europe and then put strain on Europe, or it's just disgusting. He wants a genocide all over the world because he can't have a genocide. Well, he's having a genocide in Ukraine. It's just not as big as he thought it would be. I think we need to we need to make sure that our host here isn't completely depressed.
Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 89 degrees Fahrenheit.
I had to check my phone tap because I knocked it over.
And did you catch towards the end of this video where I go into the last video, I go into the Ukrainian people. That's because you had in the video how to stop a toilet thief. There were a lot of accusations of me being World War II bad guy. So I put the Brotherhood of Steel emblem up so that they didn't confuse it for Enclave armor, and gotta do the blessing in Hebrew.
I did see that. I totally saw that. Oh, I am just using a single stitch right now. I'm literally just lining up the two pieces and sewing them together, and then I come back and see any piece that I missed, and then I I completely reinforce everything after that, which I'm almost done. And if that didn't confuse you enough, I've already made the collar, so that's going to be easy to attach. This is actually world record for me because, like I said, usually I procrastinate this part of the arms. And I need to rethread my sewing machine.
And on my other computer, I'm finally going to be probably either today or tomorrow finishing up that severed orc head and giving it to Operator Starsky. I think he's angry with me. He didn't get it for his birthday.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be happy. Get it either way. I'm sure they appreciate and they understand that it's not easy. Especially at the quality of the stuff that you make, Commander. Like, I can only imagine how difficult that is.
Well, it's not that I just had been forgetting about it and putting it off. I hate baking textures. I wind up most of the time I wind up actually baking the textures and then destroying them by accident while I'm baking another one. I hate baking textures, but it's the only way to take objects out of Blender to like the Unreal Engine or Sketchfab or whatever and actually have the textures still exist. Like this robot, this power armor here, those textures, even though all the pieces of power armor are unwrapped, those textures actually don't exist outside of Blender. They're not baked yet, but it's going to take about 5 minutes for every bloody piece of power armor, and that's only every individual piece there, and that's only because I have a brand new computer. Before I got this one and 64 gigs of RAM put in it, I couldn't bake the textures.
Oh, wow.
Because I'm still using for this stream, I'm using the one that was overheating and whatnot the other night. So this one can't actually bake any textures, and it can't render videos anymore until I get that fan fixed, not even with the real-time render engine.
Hey, Butterfly, how's it going? I'm actually almost done with my coat. I'm attaching my sleeves on right now. Yay, welcome, welcome. Oh, I'm officially retiring my my simplicity pattern. It's time to move on, considering I make the same thing over and over and over. I would fail the insanity test. So it's time to start making new stuff. Hey, Butterfly. Absolutely. I have to give that pattern its flowers, though, you know? It's been 2 years. Do you know what's funny? Butterfly has been with my channel since the day I decided to stop drama and actually have a sewing channel. So Butterfly has been here since my first video. So, and I'm ironically, to take it all the way back, I'm making a star print. You were like one of the first people to comment back on my star jacket, and I look back at it now. I had no idea what I was doing. No idea what I was doing. But now it's nothing but quality work. Oh, you were saying, Commander?
I lost my train of thought, but
that's okay.
Basically, the computer that I'm streaming with, I can't even render with the real-time engine without it overheating after a few frames. So,
oh, okay. Do you know it's been so hot? My phones have been doing that. Got to give this pattern its gold watch, exactly, or the old cuckoo clock. It's kind of getting fired in a weird way. Yeah, Butterfly, you and Kilroy and Mark are like the people who literally, and Ollie are the people who made my channel what it is. Back when I was scared to hit the live button because I didn't know if anyone was gonna watch it.
I'm kind of scared to hit the live button. I'm hopefully going to do something this Saturday with Mepet and possibly Jetmonk, mocking UFO idiots, because that's safe. Very few people are going to get pissed off unless they have their head shoved up their ass. And
No, I didn't like a senator or something recently say that UFOs are real, so people are freaking out now.
That entire shit show, and it is a shit show. Let me pull up the name of the fucking idiot who is the instigator of all of this officially.
Oh, Waternight, you are part. It's okay. Everyone is what makes this channel what it is. I appreciate everybody. Is that old gal? I'm stealing that. I'm stealing that. Oh, gee.
Dr. Stephen Greer. He claims to be a emergency room doctor who decided to give up emergency medicine, which is extremely stressful and thankless, to basically investigate UFOs. And the garbage that's coming out of his mouth, he's talking about the deep state. He's talking about black budgets and an out of control shadow government that's not answerable to anyone, that controls everything, blah blah blah.
Really quickly, hold on, I wanted to show my face for this one. So I have a really stupid question. Does that mean Stargate's real?
Of course not.
Like I said, I'm gonna put 10 tones down on that stupid question. You know, I want Stargate to be real, is what it is.
Oh, I want it to be real too. It was fun.
I want Teal'c, Jack O'Neill, Daniel Jackson. I want them to exist.
I want Thor to exist, although he needs to put some clothes on.
Oh, that's hilarious.
But I will send you a link to this guy's thing at the National Press Club, and you'll look at the pictures that he's using and saying, "We are serious investigating this stuff," and you'll realize that you don't have. You were the son of an engineer, so you have some idea of how stuff works. But I swear that all you would need to have done was get a B in high school science and not have forgotten everything. And you'll look at this guy and you'll say, and how are those poles sticking out of the tanks, emitting this weird bright light, actually cloaking these tanks with its weird bright light? In other words, it's absolutely fucking ridiculous. And then the first thing that he shows that isn't an artist rendition or some paperwork that he could easily forge is the Tic Tac video. And Thunderfoot, as well as a NASA scientist, and you can actually do this yourself. If you find out what all that information on the screen is, you can figure out how fast the Tic Tac is flying, about 20 knots. About not 20 knots, basically no faster than a Canadian goose can fly. It's flying at roughly the same altitude Canadian geese migrate. Before they do the lock on, you can see the fucking thing flapping its wings. Therefore, all the trigonometry and everything else is absolutely pointless because you can see it flapping its wings. And just with your middle school mathematics, you can calculate range, distance, and approximate size. And he's talking about he has all these experts who can tell him the truth. And you realize it's just some fucking bird.
The 14-year-old geek in me just wants an Alkesh to be real. I want Ra to be a parasite pretending to be a god. I want all that stuff to be true. That's all. I know it's all just hooey, and in this case, the reality is just much more boring than what we make up.
But it was that how to stop a toilet thief video was fun because I kept getting accusations in the chat that I was working for some kind of government. And I was so flattered that they thought my stuff was good enough to have been funded by a government.
Someone called me a government agent, but they were saying I'm gonna release my greatest hits. I got called a whitewashed government agent by somebody but I haven't felt froggy enough by exposing people, and it's no one famous. It's some rando on Twitter, but they obviously watch my videos because they're quoting my video. But opinions on the internet, you know the saying, Commander.
Yeah, everyone has an asshole, just like everyone has an opinion.
I still to this day, I had this conversation the other day with Chaos. Like, I think it's one person that's just been trolling me for 3 years.
Boy, they must be an incel.
And and they show up almost in every stream I've ever done. Like, they've made sock accounts. We know who it is. I'm just not going to say anything because in the end, I don't care. If you're not hurting anybody, you're just a troll. That's fine. If you're harmless, I literally sit in this room and sew. I'm so proud of myself. I'm almost done. Are you retiring Spance too? It's been so hot, Butterfly. I'm expanding Spance. Spance. Do you know what's really funny? 2 or 3 weeks ago, my ex-wife walked in here and she's like, "Are you wearing a skirt?" Last week, she asked me to make her a pair. So Spants are taking off. Spants are taking off. No Butterfly. Yeah, he has to pick a new obsession other than Spants and Jamiroquai. Jamiroquai hats are where it's at. But the thing is felt destroys cheaper sewing machines. So I can't use my throwaways, and I destroyed my Husqvarna making hats. That reminds me, I should really bring my Husqvarna out and try to clean that thing. I really should. I miss that. That's like the one fancy machine I own that I should take better care of. Could sew kites. Kites are so much fun. I'm not even trying to be no innuendo or being facetious. I'm a geek. I still fly kites to this very day. But I live by where I live, we have a park system where there's parks everywhere. And so I go to the park with my kite, and it's windy as heck because I live at the foothill of mountains.
And there's a boy named Charlie Brown. I remember the kites.
Oh, heck yeah, me too. I loved that. Does Mr. Potato just wander in and out of your house? Yes. Yes. Kites are safer than parachutes. I was thinking about, what's that movie where that guy taught all those balloons to his house?
Up.
I was thinking about doing that, but wasn't there a 1970s French film that did that?
Well, no, that was just some kind of balloon where this boy runs around with a balloon and everything is black and white, or at least dreary, except for the color of the balloon.
Yes. What is that? Do you know what that's called?
I don't know.
The only reason I ask is because when I was a kid, we still had film in my school. Yes, I went to school in the 1800s. But they would show us that movie and Ricky Tikki Tavi over and over. And it was on actual real film.
Oh, I remember Ricky Tikki Tavi. That was fun.
I missed it. Yes. When it rained, I looked forward to watching Ricky Tikki Tavi. And you know what's funny? I watched it on YouTube and it gave me the same feeling as when I was the freaking grommet, like a little kid.
Right now, I'm remembering we had this kind of like a slide projector, and we had Ricky Ticky Tabby tape, and this was like a kiddie projector at home, but it had like shots from the cartoon.
You know, my house, the ceiling's pretty high. My brother fell off the roof. I know you'll do nothing but break your arm. I need a bigger. I can go to my job. We have 3-story buildings like hidden in the country. But I'm covered
under 3-story building's not going to do it with a parachute either. You need hundreds of feet.
I've
The boy in the red balloon.
I loved that when I was a kid. It was either Ricky Tikki Tavi or that. I freaking love both movies. Both movies. It was weirdly depressing though. The boy in the red balloon was weirdly depressing.
And but that's back when the Velveteen Rabbit, which was also sad, but he eventually becomes a real rabbit.
But like, weren't they all sad? I was obsessed with Fox and the Hound. The first 5 minutes will make you cry. The first 30 seconds will make you cry. Benji. I loved Benji, Old Yeller. It doesn't end well for either one. Of course, Bambi. I remember looking at my mom like, why did you bring me here? This is depressing. I was a deep child.
And I did not know You Are My Sunshine, My Only Sunshine was actually from Fox and the Hound until I looked it up. The song, and that song actually makes me depressed.
There's a bunch of stuff that I don't watch and a bunch of stuff I don't listen to because it makes me depressed. A ton of stuff. I get it. A ton. And because my mom weirdly collected those clowns with the shaved head with the like they're all white with the shaved head with
the It collection.
But they're like hobo. They're like hobo clowns. She weirdly had figurines and stuff. It always reminds me of depression. So those things, if I see those, I'm like, oh, someone was depressed.
I think there was characters done by maybe the Marx Brothers, but I forget which Marx brother was the clown.
My father called me Harpo because he said I burnt the candle at both ends throughout my entire life. Gilroy, you're 100% correct. You can go to Mexico right now and do anything you want as long as you pay off the federales. I called. There's a jump school that will take me right now. I said, can I bring my own parachute? They said, man, you do whatever you want. As long as you sign the waiver and jump out the plane. The parachute has a special shape. It's the only big piece of fabric. It's an absolute emergency. I have to look it up. The red balloon. I loved the red balloon as a child. Why do you think kids' movies and kids' books have to be sad? That was a weird trend. I think they were teaching us about life. I say this all the time, but like the way that I raised because he has autism, it's different. So there's a lot of things I don't do, but like I'm extremely honest with my child. And I think a lot of times we treat children with velvet gloves and we didn't as much back then. Like my mom would kick me out of the house during the summer and say, don't come back until the freaking streetlights come on until you're hungry. That's a lot of helium. Well, excuse me, that stuff's really expensive. I have a tank of helium for mixing with argon. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, helium is actually more rare than silver. And the only source of helium we have on Earth is the decay of uranium into helium. Because it gives off alpha particles, which is basically helium nuclei. We can make plutonium to get helium faster, but
I'm going to take a
comes
smoke
with
break.
its whole new set of issues.
I'm going to take a smoke break before I attach the collar. I'm actually feeling accomplished, and we're only at 2:22. Now, kids know about life. They didn't need to be saddened in their entertainment. I agree. You know what? I'm right there with you. I had an extremely harsh upbringing, so I'm not necessarily like on the boat of we should beat kids or anything like that. Like, it didn't work. I'm from the generation of kids that got their butt kicked by their parents. It didn't work. They just raised a bunch of liars. Of people, okay, well, I'll just say this to not get hit by my parents. Really, Bell Hooks. I'm not trying to get too feminist on you, but Bell Hooks was right about that. That like beating a generation of children did nothing but turn them into like what we are today. She was 100% correct. I took a feminism course in the 6 months I was in college, and I still have the book. Are you for or against that, Commander?
Against what?
Capital punishment for children. I'm not a kid. I'm not a kid hitter at all. But because my parents were so harsh, it didn't work on me. So I didn't think it would.
Well, definitely if you do it for everything the kid does, then it loses its potency. You see, when I was being raised, right, you'd have punishments that fit the crime.
Yeah.
See, most of the punishments would be timeouts. Then when the mouth got a bit fresh, you get the ivory soap. And rarely was there the putting over the knee and giving the hiding. I'd say that was the least frequent one, but it was in the arsenal. Usually when it needed immediate correction and nothing else was available. But that particular, the hiding, that was the least common out of all of the punishment. Usually it was timeout or fresh mouth or, washing the mouth out with soap, or something precious would be taken away and sometimes never be given back. But if you're just going to hit them and that's going to be the only thing, then that's stupid.
Because I'll tell you, like, my mom would give speeches, and sometimes I'd rather be punched in the face than listen to a 4-hour speech from my angry mother. But that's because I was raised by wolves. I'm like, I'd rather take the punishment than have to deal with the litigation behind it.
I'm not going to say who, but friend was in the Canary Islands, and he did something that was illegal, and the cop just punched him in the face and said, that's because the paperwork is just too much.
Oh, wow. See, that's my kind of punishment. That's hockey. That is some hockey justice right there. Oh, that's funny. Not funny, but funny.
It turned out that the punch in the face was probably better than having official proceedings because the person would probably still be there.
Oh, wow. That's... Okay, you're stuck. Why are you stuck? Poor guy. Did I put it in the wrong way? With these plastic bobbins, I can never tell anymore. Plus, I got arrested in Mexico and money stolen out of my sock and everything. Sometimes that Barney Fife justice is better than having to go to jail, I guess.
Especially a Mexican jail.
That's one experience I'm glad that I've never had. I was so scared. My friend, he was from where I'm from. I speak Spanish, and the cops were like, they were driving us away from the city, and my friend's like, please don't kill us. And this one cop told the other, he was like, let's just rob these guys because this whiny guy's getting on my getting on my nerves. I told my friend, I was like, shut up. stop talking. And both cops started laughing because it dawned on them that I could speak Spanish. And they took all the money off of us, dropped us off in the ghetto of Tijuana and left. And the funny thing is, the Tijuana gangsters gave us a ride back to the border because they said the cops do it all the time. They were really nice to us.
I was very little difference between the cops and the gangsters.
The gangsters were nice, and they did what they said they were going to do. They gave us a ride. They didn't even ask for money or anything, and they were kind of just like, because my friend was so scared. I think they didn't want us around their neighborhood because he was like catatonic. He was very sheltered suburban life, and all of a sudden he's in the middle of a Tijuana ghetto. It's funny now. I look back and laugh now because he was shaking. He was so scared. Beautiful.
So what kind of tools does Streamlabs use? Because I'm thinking that having my first stream be some kind of elaborate OBS setup, or
I use StreamYards and it does it for you.
I'm just thinking that my first stream, it's probably going to be, I want something that I don't have to exactly go nuts with to get working.
I'm making the final duster from this pattern, but I keep on taking my hat off because I'm just sweating through my hats. But I'm just reinforcing the arms right now because once I put this on, I don't want there to be any mistakes. Because I don't want to. Once I attach the collar, I'm done. At least for this part, because then I have to line the sides and stuff. But I'll do that in the video. But it's feeling like there's no mistakes, so I'm gonna attach the collar. I'm making the final duster because I'm done with my Mimi G pattern. And I will say there's a big argument about patterns, and patterns are expensive. I've got my money out of this because patterns used to be cheap and they are not cheap now. My mother did it the way with her Irish Catholic mother did it again. She never laid a hand on you, but she'd yell at you with just the right words to make you wish you were hit. Oh man, my mom would get for it. And now you are the master of all things singer. Each kid is different. At least pre-1900s. Line the sides, isn't the paisley the line? Well, I was talking about like the cuffs and the bottom. I add not necessarily a train, but I add on the back. Here, let me move my camera. What now I'm gonna attach the collar. I'm almost ready to flip it. There we go. I finally did justice by this pattern too, because when I first got this, I made a bunch of goofy stuff. Oh. But this is a duster without the collar, but the arms are attached. And because I've made it so many times, I can I know the little bits and bobs and tricks and stuff, but I love this pattern, but I need to stop making it. Let's be real. How many coats? Like, it's been 2 years and I've made over probably 40 coats or something insane. Something like, and they're all hanging in this house one way or the other. So now I'm just going to attach the collar. That is so warm, even for as light as it is. It's hot in here. Oh. All right.
I need to get some sort of coat for the winter.
That's, it's so funny you would say that. Like this last winter, I did not run out of one coat, and one would get dirty, I would just put on the other one because I've made so many, and I get better over time. There are lots of cheese patterns out there, some older, but some are used and tossed and given away. I'm really thinking about leaning into that cowboy pattern that I have. It's time to obsess over something else. It's time to find a new, because the cowboy, that is my style. Like, I wear a cowboy hat every day. Like, I'm out on the ranch talking trash. Let me tell you, it's not like Kevin Costner. It's not like what's that show? I haven't watched a minute of it.
I want a leather trench coat.
Thank you, Alibaba. I hate putting on sleeves. It's a process. Usually, honestly, this is the happiest I've ever been because usually I'm in a bad place. Like when I'm sewing, I'm like, how am I angry? I'm like finish something and I'm like, why am I angry? Because it's a fist fight with the fabric half the time. Where do you keep all the coats? My middle bedroom, I turned into a closet. The entire room is one giant closet, and I have old tool. So I have rollaway toolboxes in here, and I put them next to each other, and they have metal bars on them. To push the rollaways around. I took the metal bars off and I hung them up on the ceiling. And so my clothes are hanging off of toolbar racks because I'm all about ingenuity. I must say fits well right from. Thank you. That's because I've made it so many times. I know my measurements. Like I'm telling you, like I could literally do this and make that garment. I don't know what to have for dinner. I have a bunch of I have what I call my options. Like tonight I had chicken, some French fries because I bought these weird French fries at Aldi's. Isaiah hates them, so I'm making them. Broccoli, a banana, and 2 oranges because I'm crazy. Oh, are you would you say that you're health conscious? I'm somewhere in the middle. I am and I'm not.
Well, I'm still trying to lose that last now 15 pounds. And I can't do it without being the health conscious.
Understandable. I depending on what I'm doing, like I need to stop eating pastrami and chili fries or it's going to put me in my grave. So I've been trying to reduce that.
Well, I understand the problem because I went to Olive Garden today.
Oh,
before work.
I love the Olive Garden and the Cheesecake Factory, all of that stuff. Getting better in the stuff I eat. I try to because I feel it. I feel it in my body the older I get. I was one of those people where I thought I was invincible. And then in my 40s, my body has been like, you are not. So now I have to deal with the fact that I'm not invincible. And in my youth, I really thought I was indestructible because physically crazy things would happen and I would survive. And now I stub my toe and I'm on the couch for 2 days.
You know, the leading cause of death amongst men under 35 is stupidity.
And that's the thing, like I was into fast cars. I bungee jumped in where I'm from, people that look like me. Every time I told one of my friends, they're like, you're crazy. Because people where I'm from, they don't bungee jump. Trying to get better. I want to fit back into my tiny clothes. Same. There are certain things that I put on and I'm like, I've gained a significant amount of weight. But let's be real. I was 170 pounds my whole life. And then I gained 50 pounds. My adult weight hit me all at once. And so I have to find balance in between that somewhere. And it's not easy.
Well, I mean, in my case, I was fat most of my adult life. And so now I need to get nicer clothes.
That's always the fun part when you downsize. I always wear baggy clothes because I'm stuck in a certain era. So it hides my dad bod right now. All right, so I'm gonna attach
the
the
late
collar.
90s.
That's why I wear hockey jerseys too. I made this collar last night, and I'm gonna throw this collar on. This is actually a semi-easy process because I have a baby lock and it eats material. My Husqvarna Viking was the exact same way, where no matter I could go through like 4 or 5 layers of denim. My Singer 301A is like that too.
Did you ever think of using your machine shop to custom build a truly beefy sewing machine?
I think about it all the time. I think like you're. Did you ever watch Voyager? Star Trek
Didn't
Voyager?
get into that.
In this
I
show, they're lost in the Alpha Quadrant, and like they build a Delta Flyer in Tom Paris builds a freaking shuttle, and part of me is like, I'm surprised I haven't built one yet. So I'm in this weird phase where I want to make a steampunk sewing machine. So that's been more in my mind than anything else. But it's gonna be air compressed. Oh,
when I had the machine shop, I loved doing projects.
I still have my high school size in my 50s. I'm lucky with that. Do you know what? It's so sad, and this is so sad I'm even admitting this on stream. I still have my junior high gym shirt, and once a year I put it on to see where I'm at. But keep in mind, I was the same size from probably 14 until I was 40. So that will make you self-conscious because I was the same size, and I did not go up or down. Well, I did, but relatively. I've been doing things since I did the whole 30 in June cookie edition is real. Oh, I have a cookie. You know, it's so funny. I have a cookie addiction. I have I'm addicted to frosting cookies and chewy Chips Ahoy. And chewy Chips Ahoy are kind of gross even at this point, and I still eat them. I'm addicted.
I didn't hear anything about cookies.
I have this strange cookie addiction. I need to go to Cookie Anonymous, to tell you the honest truth. I had a total guilt talk with myself the other day because I'm addicted to sugar cookies. And I eat sugar cookies like a child. I am addicted to those things. Oh.
Yes, they were always my favorite. That and peanut butter.
Oh yeah. And like the ones at the deli by my house, they put a layer of frosting that's like this thick on them. Isaiah tells me, he's like, you use those as insulin. Hardworking, I just burn everything off. I wish I hit a certain age and stopped doing that. All right, I'm gonna attach the collar because I'm almost done. That's so weird. And I think also because I'm not usually I have to stop to record myself. Oh, excuse me, indigestion, and that always slows down the process. Okay. All right. So I just have to make sure that it's the right side I want. It is because I'm the king of mistakes. How they didn't have you go too far from your house, Commander, tonight?
No, basically the entire trip was 13 miles.
Oh, that's
30
cool.
cents a mile plus wait time plus cases. So let's see, about $100 for cases. Obviously, the mileage was not even worth calculating, and they made me wait a good amount of time. I think from 7 o'clock until 9:40. So I get paid for an hour and a half of that at $25 an hour waiting. but most days I'm making $250 to $300, maybe $400.
Oh, that's great. That's better than the average person, even out here. I feel even though out here, like you literally have to make $200,000 a year to survive, which the average person is nowhere near. It's
Oh
really
yeah, it sucks.
I'm addicted to sugar cookies, Kilroy. It's like a bad habit. I'm trying to cut down. Ooh, if anyone sends anyone a recipe, I'll take it. I cook often and I bake. I just don't get baked. I love to bake. I'm addicted to cornbread. I have to back off on the cornbread actually. And I'm a weird guy where I make hot foods during the summer. So all I'm doing is just attaching the collar to where I have enough where I could sew it on. I'm not necessarily the biggest seam allowance guy. I'm just like full pirate. Like if it sews, it sews. And if you ever need a dress form on a budget, look for a decommissioned mannequin. I gotta find that pen. Okay. Because although that these are expensive, because they're older, these are perfect for what I'm doing. And flat-footed, this mannequin and I are the exact same height. And mannequins are great employees because they don't complain and you can take their heads off. My pops used to always say that. They'd ask him like, how come you own so many mannequins? And he would always be like, because they don't whine and complain. It's true though. He used them more for photography. I use them strictly for sewing. Is there anything that you use, Commander, that you use not for its original purpose?
When I had the house in Virginia before the house fire, I had an oxygen generator that I used for blowing glass.
Oh, awesome.
And yeah, there was just too much to even like. I had a machine shop in my garage and I would constantly use things for which they were not intended.
Oh, every time my air conditioner kicks on, I'm waiting for the brownout. I pride myself on not on being unconventional and using things not necessarily what they're meant for. I am almost completely done with this coat. And for anyone ever wondering, if you haven't seen it up close, it's a Clippers hat. Few people have asked me, like, what's that in the background? It's a Clippers hat. I'm not necessarily a Laker fan. Sorry, guys. Oh wow. We've kept a consistent audience. I was about to call you Kilroy, Commander.
Oh, it's all right.
I have to catch up with the chat. Do you like to make them? If I remember next stream, sure, the main thing is whipping them for 10 minutes. Now I'm craving cookies. I'm going to the store tomorrow. I'm going to go insane at the store. Look forward to it. Feel free to message me on Instagram. Mannequins can take a shape to work with once they're done with you. They're off to the races. You got to be careful, Ollie. Got to be careful of those mannequin clippers. Is that one of the lawnmower racing teams? Water, Nay, I'll tell you why. Even when I was a kid, Lakers tickets were expensive, and they were like after the whole Magic run in that one run in the 90s, they stunk after that, and they were still expensive. So we would always go and see the Clippers. I've seen Michael Jordan, you name a 1980s or 1990s basketball player. I've seen them because the Clippers tickets were affordable. It was literally like $5 each, and you're sitting in, and you're literally at the sports arena. This is back when you could, feed a family of 15 on a Burger King income. I didn't notice the Nordique's hat was taken off. It's because I sweat through my hats and they get gross. And then when I catch a chill, I'm like, oh, it's got to come off. It's got to come off. I get sweaty in here.
I need to get an air conditioner for my room. I have an air conditioner for the rest of the house, but not this room. So
that's kind of what happened in here too. It's just, and plus,
and then I have to look to be moving soon because this place is too goddamn big, and we don't have my relative who recently died of cancer anymore. So why spend the money on such a big house?
I felt like that with my grandmother's house. She had a 7-bedroom house, and I didn't move into it. Well, technically it was 9 with the 2 bedrooms downstairs, but there were offices. But
this is a 6-bed, and we got a full basement, and oh my goodness, there's so much space here.
I just wouldn't, like, for my son and I, it wasn't practical for the heating bill, and for like it would just be insane. That would just be an absolute insane investment.
Like exactly, like in the winter, my worst month, it was $400 upstairs, and my relative had another $500 downstairs, and I can't do that every month in the winter.
My last bill was $400. I opened it up. I was like, I genuinely gasped. Genuinely was like, I thought having the vapors was fake. I grabbed my chest and everything. Says the guy who's live streaming with 9 monitors on, freaking 2 fans. So I have a question to all my sewing people out there. What foot do you use? Your left foot or your right foot? I weirdly sew with both. One room for sewing machines, one room for other machines, one room for sewing, one room for billboards, one room for library, one room for game room, one for... You need to build a massive solar array on your roof. Okay, Kilroy, you're joking, but I recently had the same conclusion where I was like, well, I'm going to have to buy my own power grid, basically. And solar is the only legitimate way you can do it now without getting the feds asking you what you're doing. I am sewing with my left foot. I'm going to switch the stitch to cross stitch because I'm crazy. I'm going to sew the collar on and call it a duster. Oh, where's my pen thing? We'll use that. And it would help if the machine was threaded. Good gravy. Good golly, oh Molly. Let's try that again.
So someone's live streaming from the Magic Kingdom, and it's daylight out. And it's not Magic Kingdom in California, it's Walt Disney World in Florida, which tells me it's not a live stream.
Yeah, I was about to say it's dark. It's dark here.
Loki Fish Mars, he's really into astronomy. And he actually caught someone live streaming. First since Lokefish knew enough about telescopes, he could tell that the person was lying through their teeth about the kind of telescope they had. Basically, because they were boasting a telescope that would be about $250,000.
Oh, wow.
And then he was having live streams, which were basically loops of meteor showers. And he was having meteor showers, live streams of meteor showers at places on Earth that were supposedly, that basically when he was live streaming it was going to be daytime. And then he was having live streams of meteor showers at times of year when that particular meteor shower didn't happen.
Oh, I'd be so mad.
Lokefish pointed all that out. The guy who was running the live streams blocked him because, Loki was pointing out, hey, here's a charlatan right here. Why are you giving him the Patreon?
We have a saying in Spanish, it's La verdad es un cáncer. That means the truth is a pain. So whenever someone blocks you, it's because the truth hurts. Oh, that's funny. Sorry, Commander.
Look, he rescued a little bird today, which was cool. Aww. He posted it in the Shill's private chat and then posted it on the community page on his channel. It was cute.
Alibaba, for the record, I sew with both feet. It's the strangest thing. I didn't even notice it until the other day. It just depends on where I'm sitting. I am weirdly ambidextrous in all directions. It's a strange thing. I've sewn with both. Perhaps it's easier since my first two cars were stick. Exactly. I drove stick as well. I actually had a Ford Ranger that was a stick as well. Have you seen the double pedal treadle that Hand Tool Rescue had? It wasn't for sewing. No, I have not seen that. Oh, that sounds spectacular, though. For some reason, I have Chuck Berry stuck in my head. Oh, it's because I said good golly, Miss Molly. That's why. Is that Chuck Berry? Who is that? Good golly.
Let me Google it.
That's not the guy that married his cousin, is it? Is that the guy?
Good golly, Miss Molly. Little Richard.
Oh, okay. Little Richard still gets respect around here.
Awesome entertainer.
I want to learn stick, but you literally can't find a stick car around here. That was the first thing I learned on. It's a skill because you're driving with your entire body.
When I got my CDL, that was the first time I drove a manual transmission. And now every time I'm going to get a job as a commercial driver with trucks, they're going to want to stick me on a manual transmission, even though the last time I drove one good enough to pass a driving test was in August of 2021. I suck at it.
I'm the same way. Every year I pass my forklift certification, and I am man enough to admit I'm awful at driving a forklift. Every year. My shop owns one. I am the worst driver. I tell people, go get your certs. You can drive that thing all day long. That could be your job.
Oh, when I worked at a good shipyard, I would use the forklift to transport 30-foot long shafts, and sometimes I would need to use the forklift along with another guy using the forklift to move those shafts around, the boat shafts. And if you were talking about some of those shafts, they just couldn't be moved with forklifts at all. And we had to use overhead cranes, bring the truck right into the building and put the cutter shafts on the trucks because that was the only way. I did finishing work on Coast Guard cutter shafts. That was just so stressful because you got something there that's you could cause $100,000 damage to it easy.
What year is it? 2023? Oh,
yeah,
I made I can legally talk about it. There was like this weird labor dispute in Texas, and I was a scab, and I went and built casing for Chinook helicopters for 3 months and got well compensated for it. Well, and that's a skill I have not used since. But because of my machinery background, I just needed people that could, well, let me do it with my left, that could do this all day on a machine, just literally pulling a lever on a machine. All right, I'm almost done. One more, like I always say, reinforce your seams. So I'm going to reinforce this one, and I'll be done with the collar.
You know, when we were taking the liners off the Coast Guard cutter shafts, one time I cut off a liner and we found quarters and about $2 worth of combination of quarters and pennies and dimes and stuff actually pressed into the metal. Someone thought it would be fun to shove change in between the liner and the shaft. And we had to cut out 1/4 of an inch of metal on each side, basically turn down the shaft a 1/2 inch, and then weld it back up, and then cut it again.
Oh, wow. Do you know, there's not too many people that even know how to weld anymore. In my day, almost every other person knew how to throw down at least a 1 or 2 clean weld.
Well, I don't know how to weld.
Okay.
Someone else did the welding, but can you imagine you have this huge shaft?
I'm still listening.
I think they told me someone shoving the change in there cost about $60-something thousand to fix.
Oh, wow. I like this I like the spy versus spy collar at first. It's a bit stiff. Oh, that's perfect. Bam. What time is it? 3 hours, exactly on the 3-hour mark. I finished my coat. Let me get my hat.
And that was in addition to the $80,000 bill we were going to give the Coast Guard. But we weren't the ones who chucked the change in between the liner and the shaft.
I worked for this place called Service Master, and we would go in after the fire department and clean up all the damage that they did while they were saving your house. And they did so much damage that the insurance covered our salary plus our equipment. All a 3-hour tour with Godless Sewing. You don't get stuck on an island. You get a starry coat.
It looks awesome.
Thank you. This is definitely something I'm gonna wear. I'm so stoked. And like I said, I think it's time to retire. Let's have a talk, family. We're all here. Well, some of us aren't. But you know, I think I've played out Mimi G pattern R11407 to the fact that I remember the pattern. I think it's time to move on. I think it's time to sing Happy Trails to my coat. I'm going to make a really sad Happy Trails tribute too. And if you don't cry, then that's okay. No, but all jokes aside, I'm absolutely stoked how this came out. I'm going to do a lot more so along with me's as well. Because I've had a great time. And I'm not anywhere near done, Commander. I'm just saying. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh. Let me look at the chat. Oh. Welding is easy. It gets up to level required for industry. That's hard. But just welding yourself. Heck yeah. I've done some super Frankenstein stuff. You look like you're coming back. You're coming. Oh, you look like a comic book ambiguous character. I like that. Thank you. You gotta find a spiffy build to go. Okay, so it's funny you would say that because I don't do it. I only act crazy on the internet. Happy trails until we meet again. Happy trails to you.
And yeah, I would never actually try to pass myself off as a welder. I've done machining and I've seen basically my boss come and say, "Can you please cut the shit off?"
I had a really crappy teacher because my teacher had about 40 years experience before he taught me. The US military taught him, and he expected me to be perfect at like 11. Don't worry about it, Ollie. Now I have the Van Halen Happy Trails stuck in my head. Happy bumpa-dee-da, 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 happy trails. That's back when Van Halen, when everyone still liked each other. I'm not a fan of Twitter X, whatever you want to call it. And now I just have X is going to give it to you stuck in my head now. So if you guys want to know how ADD I am, I already have the next project lined up. Oh,
I have hard drives filled with semi-completed projects.
I thought I was the only one who remembered that. Are you talking about the Van Halen Happy Trails? I love that song. I put it in one of my videos, and every time I watch it, it makes me cry. I invoke emotion out of myself from my own video. I freaking Van Halen is like one of my favorite bands. Like the 80s and 90s Van Halen. Even Sammy Hagar, like, why can't this be love? I love Van Halen. Bum-ba-dee-da, bum-ba-dee-da. That's where you get your friends, even if you can't sing. It's one of the greatest songs ever. I had that album as a kid. And I think it was back when not every song was advertised. So I remember flipping the record on the other side. I know that sounds crazy to some people. And hearing that. Van Halen was so talented. Great, which is one of the greatest songs ever. Who cares if we have sunny weather? David Lee Roth, before he went full Conan, he was a one hell of an entertainer. Those were my that was my band. So we did it. We successfully made a jacket on YouTube, guys. You guys should give yourself a pat on the back. I didn't think it was possible. We successfully made a coat in 3 hours. Oh, I'm gonna actually take a break before I start on my next overambitious project. Plug in some of my overheated cell phones.
My cell phone is at 22%.
We finally sewed on the sewing show. Absolutely. That was my whole intention. I'm going to do more of these, of like, come and sew with me. Oh, that reminds me. Oh. All the original pieces are still here for this beauty. Oh, look where it's from. That is so funny. It is from Fort Worth, Texas. It's. Do you think I should make this one next? That screams godless sewing.
Well, it definitely looks a bit retro.
I scored with that. I saw that in a bag with a bunch of women's patterns. I was like, I don't care. I want that. And it actually has all the pieces too. So your next edition is going to be Western shirts. I like don't even show you how much cowboy I actually dress. It's actually hilarious. Is that a jacket or a shirt? Let's see what it says. It says men's jean jacket. Oh, and it's made for my size too. I can instantly see they have my size already. For the good old 42-inch chest. I'm kidding. It's a jacket. Do you know what? I'm actually kind of sad. I'm kind of sad to say goodbye to my pattern, but it's time to move on. What's that saying, Commander? The true sign of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again.
Well, that's one saying. I don't know who said it, and you can never really trust who the internet attributes the saying to.
So true though. Like, I think it's, it's important to expand yourself. Like, oh, that reminds me. So I've made this starry jacket. What's next? I'll show you. I kind of planned this out. I was going to make hammer pants, but then everything changed. I'm going to make, oh man. I'm going to make pants with this. I was going to make half stars and half stripes, but it looked stupid to me and it wasn't anything that I was going to wear. So I'm going to make pants. Instead of Uncle Sam, it's going to be Uncle Sewing. So I'm going for a full, oh my gosh, I'm getting sweat in my eyes. I'm going for a full Uncle Sam look. And for anyone wondering, I have a white wig. Godless Sam. I like it. It's a working title because I'm gonna make pants with this, but also I was thinking about making spans or make Waternay knows exactly what I'm talking about. Waternay, you put in the chat exactly what I was about to say. Smee for we are all around the same age. The second I saw these, I was like, these are Shmee's pants. These are Shmee. All over. These are Shmee's pants. So I'm going to make some pirate cutoffs. I'm going to make them a little bit more tight, like my leopard shorts. My leopard spants are truly short pants. My other spants are like Jankos. They're huge. But with this material, Waternay, you get the Psychic of the Day award. With this material, though, I'm going for some definite pirate pants. Smee all the way. All the way. I constantly talk about being a pirate. Reminds me of something from the Music Man. Or I was thinking about going like somewhere of a cross between Shmee and Spance. But I want to make a real, true pair of pants with the crotch piece and everything. And quote me on that, because I've been making jackets over and over and over again. There's a lot of fundamentals that I've let slip by. So I need to get back to like making pockets on pants again. I've been avoiding it just out of laziness. So it's time to get back to the fundamentals. But my next video will be a complete tearjerker of goodbye to my pattern. And I promise you, I will not play Boys to Men. It's so hard to say goodbye, because that song makes me cry every time. Commander, will you hold down the fort real quick? I'm going to go to the can.
All right. So, reminds me of something from the Music Man that says, I'm trying to remember, do I remember what the Music Man said? Let me look at the chat, see what's going on. I think the fort's being overrun. All right. Well, one look that I was thinking of for my channel is since I got all the accusations that I was some kind of government shill, I love Joe Biden's aviation sunglasses. It reminds me of the G-men that all the idiots are afraid of. The older you get, the more you realize how silly the conspiracy theories are. And also working for a defense contractor and then looking at the way Donald Trump is scared to death of the intelligence community just gives me a whole bunch of faith in the intelligence community and the people who protect us, etc. So I think if I go and I have a human avatar on my channel at some point, I'm going to have to go with the G-Man sunglasses.
Are you talking about like actual G-Man? Oh, or like, okay, like the regular,
like the sunglasses that Biden wears. You know, the Men in Black sunglasses. Since so many people accused me of being a government agent, and even though, like in my personal life and my private off of YouTube life, I am straight and cis, and I do identify with a specific gender online just for yucks. I'm ambiguous because people will then use the they them term, and they and them, they are responsible for everything.
I put he him in my Twitter bio just to keep all the weirdos away, because if that bothers you, everything else past that is going to bother you when you get to know me. I did that on purpose because 4 years ago that was the issue with everybody, like, oh, if you do this or that, and I'm like, I would rather someone know who I am rather than reminds me I need to watch the new season of Jack Ryan. You can make fun of me, Waternay. I have not seen one episode. Hey, dog, how's it going?
And I love that avatar. I'm still pestering Dick for the scripts to animate it the way you can animate it. Maybe since I've rendered a shark looping animation with the mouth open and the mouth closed for Shark Week, maybe he'll bother to share the script with me so that we can get your dog to talk. Because I want to get my penguin to talk like that, and I don't have both computers up and running, so I can't use the Unreal Engine yet. At least not running 100%. That's what needs to happen to stream with Unreal.
Have a great night, Butterfly. Thank you for coming by to my impromptu stream. I'm glad you were here. We actually made something this time. We're all of us are officially sewists now. We're all YouTube sewists. Have a great night, Butterfly. Do you know what's really funny? Every once in a while, because I have my door kind of just a crack open. I wonder how many of my neighbors are just sitting by their fence listening.
Oh, then they would be weirdos for listening at the fence rather than tuning into YouTube.
There's one in particular that I see on my camera that I caught. But I have a rule. If they're being harmless, like, I don't care. There are people. Okay, have you ever heard of the neighborhood app?
Nope.
Oh my gosh. I was watching a podcast and they were like, they were kind of like joking about the dumbest MFers worldwide. And they were reading neighborhood people that just put the stupidest thing on the neighborhood app. Excuse me. So I downloaded it, like thinking like, oh, no one in my neighborhood will ever say anything. There is a whole thread of one of my neighbors telling people that if you move to this neighborhood, don't be shocked if you see people of color, because there's people that walk past my house and they don't know whether to be shocked of the fact that I'm a homeowner, I'm smoking a joint, or that I'm sitting there. Like, it's the weirdest thing. So I've joined this neighborhood app to find out all the weirdos on my neighborhood. Neighbors are probably wondering if you're making their house prices. Well, my house looks beautiful. I have plants in front of my house. I have a gardener. I know the yuppie thing to do. My house is well kept. I move my truck. You can't park your car more than 72 hours. My neighbor sold their house for 900,000 or something insane. People are paying those prices around here right now. But it bothers me that why would you need to warn someone in Southern California that might see people? Okay, I live in an extremely Mormon neighborhood. So what happens? Thank you. Waternays knows what I'm saying. My neighborhood has changed because the Mormons have slowly taken over because they have power in numbers. And so now we're getting these scary people from Utah and their like unrealistic view of what they think America is. And I'm going to tell you, when you move to Southern California, the first thing you'll notice is that white people are a minority here. And I'm not saying that to be detrimental. I'm just saying that as facts. And so this younger generation is kind of tripping out, like when they move here and they see me. Got to go out in the yard and fire up a few blanks once in a while just to keep the house prices reasonable. You're kind of not lying. And they're selling like a house on a cul-de-sac nearby, so we're getting a lot of looky-loos around here too. Guy next to me has 700 sewing machine. There goes the neighbor. I have a big wall so no one can see what's in here. I have a wall. Oh crap. Well, it's just do you know what's funny? It's all just like black material. One day I'll have a breakdown and sew it all, but it's literally just yards and yards of black material. So basically, the newbies got cursed out from my neighbor who he's a commercial actor. He's from Chicago. And like I joined and I was like, what's going on? But a lot of the newer people that are moving into my neighborhood do not get the demographics of what Southern California is because they're moving from other places with these extremely insane ideals.
Well, to me, seeing someone with a different color skin than me is nothing new, so I don't really give a...
Where I live, it's one of the most diverse places I've ever been, besides New York. And so it's just strange to me. I'm trying to say it nicely. The younger generation, they kind of can't hang. They have unreal. I don't know. I try not to group people into giant lumps of people into groups.
Well, I mean, I have very strict ideals. It's just that I don't basically treat people like shit. And that's part of one of them.
I'm exactly the same. Like, I have strong beliefs of a lot of things. I shut my mouth and mind my own business and live my life how I choose to live my life and do not push it on anyone else, you know? That's my biggest beef. Like, and the only reason I even, like, they said it on that neighborhood app, I kind of laughed, but like, I was sitting in my truck, working on my truck out in front of my house, and this woman, like, was kind of scared. Like, she, like, crossed the street, and I was like, why would you even move to this neighborhood if you're scared of the residents? Like, it's strange to me. But we live in our heads nowadays. We are like, from what I see, keep in mind, I live in pretentious ass Southern California, but people are no longer personable people. Like, I say please and thank you for everything. I say excuse me. Some people don't even know how to react. They don't, like this one guy, legitimately, Isaiah and I walked by. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. Excuse me. He froze. I didn't even think he was being like, he was not acting. He froze. He did not know what to say at all.
When I moved to Virginia, everyone complained that I didn't curse enough.
It's just weird to me.
And I go from a area where basically somewhere between 25% and 40% of the population is Jewish to an area where there might have been 400 Jews living on a peninsula of 600,000 people. Oh, wow. So then someone meets their first Jew and they're like, and this one knows more about the New Testament than I do.
You know what, though? I went to a town in Maine. The only time I ever felt like a science experiment, I've been to a town in Maine where I was legitimately the first person of color that these people had ever seen. I was walking with a friend of mine in the middle of the town square, and people were coming out to talk to me and shake my hand. I didn't have a problem with that because these people will never leave Maine. Will never leave that little town up in, in the Northeast. It's like it drives me crazy, Kilroy and Waternay, but like, maybe I'm damningly observant. So maybe I'm overreading something. The woke society has basically killed sarcasm and humor. People are afraid to talk to one another in the age of communication. I agree. I'm a talker too. I grew up with nothing but like outgoing people. And so I'll talk to anyone as long as you're not a creeper or a weirdo or bleeding openly. I'd fit right in, I swear, like a sailor. People would love. See, that's another thing. Like, people would love your Australian swearing.
Well, one of the reasons why I'm inviting Jetmonk is because people from the UK have brought swearing to an art form.
They have. Well, it depends. It's like the C word. If you call someone that word that rhymes with punt in America, you're gonna get in a fist fight. Mm-hmm. But if you say it in Australia or the UK, it's like saying hello to a good friend. It's all in context, you know. But in America, you'll end up on probation if you say that to the wrong person.
And also in America too, people whine about the woke, right? Well, woke can mean anything from being obnoxious to not liking voter suppression. And I just got done watching a video from the Lincoln Project where where they showed basically they're trying to whitewash the issue of slavery down in Florida. And then you had another guy talking about how people in concentration camps learned skills because they needed skills to survive in concentration camps and be valuable. And he was using that as justification for basically trying to whitewash the well, people learned how to be blacksmiths, so later on, after they were liberated, they had a skill they owed the slave masters.
So
And
lately,
that was just stupid and
lately
evil and insulting.
that stuff has been making my blood boil. And lately, like I've literally tuned out because of that. Like, what was the? I was watching this there because I'm on Black Twitter. I have to say it at least. I'm contractually obligated to say at least once in the live stream. I'm on Black Twitter, and freaking someone, what did they call it? Like indentured servitude or something? I felt my blood pressure rise. I was like, nope, I'm done. I can't watch this. These, like, as an employer, I'm gonna tell you, if someone told me they were from Florida, I would tell them to have a nice day. I don't care if they had a doctorate. I don't care if they were more educated than me. I'm like, nope, I'm not gonna hire you. That's just how it's going to be from now on. Watch. What's going to happen is we're just going to literally start ignoring these people from these other states. Like, oh, you're from Florida? Oh, okay, thank you for applying, sir, ma'am. Thank you.
Well, I used to live in Florida, but I got the hell out in 2006.
I'm not saying, you know, it's funny. Florida used to be one of the gayest places on earth. I'm not saying Florida as a whole is a bad place, but it's becoming the forefront for terrorism against the LGBTQIA plus community. He went after, you know, like it's the war on woke, so to speak, you know. And after a while, it becomes un-American because it's the war on freedom of speech.
It's like newspeak, right? When they say woke, most of the time it's in the context of it's a thought stopping technique that's used by cult. Oh, Major League Baseball doesn't like voter suppression. Well, now that's a woke corporation. Budweiser has someone who's decided to live their life in a way that some people disapprove of. Oh, that's woke. And I don't really care the way grown adults want to live their life.
We are such consumers that when I write my book, 2023 will be the year that Bud Light almost started a war. We are such consumers. And people don't even realize that, okay, you boycott Bud Light, you are probably drinking. If you drink alcohol in America, you are probably drinking something that's a subsidiary of that company.
Yeah, InBev, International Beverage. They own basically almost every alcohol that hits the consumer market. If it's beer, they own it.
This leather vest
it's like
is
trying to boycott craft. It's like, I'm going to boycott Philip Morris. Will you going to stop eating craft? Because craft comes from...
I understand what you're saying, dog. I dance on that fine line between both because you know what? I think a lot of the time people allow their sensitivities and their immaturities to take over what they're doing. And I see that to myself. I see that in myself and other people, especially in unregulated large groups. People start picking each other down like crabs in a barrel, you know? So I think, and I used to think it was an American problem, but streaming with people in the UK and Australia, it's, we do not address mental health enough. So we have these extremely insecure people fighting each other.
When I get upset, it's when someone is basically saying, I want to make shit up about you so that I can murder you. Or I want to rewrite history because I want to be able to murder or exploit another person. But if it's not in that context, I don't tend to complain when someone says something.
Neither do I. Like, I'll give you a perfect example. Matt Powell makes my skin crawl. I think he is a human piece of excrement, but he has the right to say all the horrible things that he says because I know he's not going to follow through. He's a paper tiger. But
and when they say stupid things, they are subject to someone calling out exactly how stupid they are, because freedom of speech works both ways.
exactly. Woke bothers me though, Commander, because in the African American community, being woke used to mean something else. And so every time I hear someone
It
say,
was
like,
positive. It
yes.
wasn't negative.
And
Well,
so when
this is the co-opting of words. It's the
exactly.
changing of the language. It's, if I remember correctly, I'm going to quote Paul here. If anyone does not teach in accordance with the sound, and we'll just leave anything specific to Christianity, they are puffed up with conceit. They understand nothing. They have unhealthy cravings for quarrels about words, which produce enmity, slander, and division, and constant frictions amongst men who are depraved in mind and deprived in truth, imagining godliness as a means of gain. And we have all these crazy people who are just causing us to eat each other alive, like you said, like crabs over words.
Yeah. It bothered it. It sometimes I ask the question though, and I can hear my father saying, yes, they are. I always ask the question though, like, are people that dumb that they believe this stuff? And they are. And that's what scares me more than anything else. Is people conforming to an ideal just because they don't like someone else's side. They're willing to put that person's life at risk. That's not okay. To me, that's un-American. But what do I know?
Well, you know a hell of a lot more than Marjorie Taylor Greene. Almost everyone knows more than her.
It just seems to me nowadays everything is so emotional and based on these lines, and it's like I said the other day in Phoenix's stream, like in America, all the states are. When they say California is the third largest economy in the world, I constantly say I hope not, because California's broke. If that's true, we're all screwed, because California is going broke too, and we have been for a while though. Saying all the ladies smell of lavender and cake mix is not PC, even though old ladies generally smell of lavender. Where I'm from, old ladies smell like lavenders and Pall Malls. How dare you compliment little old ladies? Where I'm from, old ladies smell like money. Oh man. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 84 degrees Fahrenheit.
No, it's gone down. That's winter.
And I'm going to have to do a what the fuck video at some point, because I got to get that clip from Marjorie Taylor Greene where she basically declares FDR, Kennedy, and Johnson to be communists and socialists. And this is what we're dealing with, dog, where men who were once considered champions of freedom and capitalism and all that, are their reputations are being brought down to the likes of Karl Marx and Stalin, because we can't care about our history anymore, because the history offends people. No, I mean, it really does. You have here, and it's all because of religion. You have basically, you have the churches, you have the churches that built their religion around the Republican Party. Then Barack Obama comes around and tells all the youngins that, hey, look, all the religious people back during the Cold War liked our policies. And then the religions basically said, no, all the greatest leaders of America were communists and socialists. That's the new definition of the word we have. Please believe us. And then the kids are like, you're lying to me. What else are you lying to me about? Is this religion that you've shoved down my throat as a child? Are you lying to me about that too? Why am I not allowed to love my neighbor as myself without being compared to Karl Marx, Hitler, and Stalin? And we all know it's because they don't want to pay fucking taxes. But so you have to make a choice here in America. Do you want to remember Zadie and Bubby as really good people who happen to like Kennedy and Johnson? Or do you want to remember Zadie and Bubby as the people who tried to slaughter them in the old country? So, bye-bye Christianity. They don't give you an option of remembering your own history as it happened and being part of the religion because of political bullshit. I'm sorry if I went too far.
Oh, no. Keep going. I'm just reading in the chat. I agree with you, Waternay. I hope you have fun with your friend. Bring me back something good. I have Balloons that no more. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I don't even know what to call her anymore. Whenever she's just, I know what to call her. Bad for my blood pressure. I literally change the channel when I see her.
I believe there was a character in the book 1984, Winston's wife. He said that she had the most, I have to get the quote, but the most her ugly mind. There was nothing behind it, and she would swallow any imbecility that was handed to her by the party. And I think Marjorie Taylor Greene is what happens when conspiracy theories rot whatever might have been a brain out your head.
Years ago, you and I have had this conversation. When I first heard about the Tea Party, I was like, oh, we're screwed. We're screwed. And this was back when they were just a movement. So imagine from then until now.
Well, I know that the Russians saw the Tea Party and they said, oh, they have a definition of socialist that could apply to Sarah Palin, one of the ringleaders of the Tea Party. And they don't even notice. We can work with this. They're completely batshit crazy.
No politics. This is why we're all gonna find our own planet and just go on different continents and have the meeting of the hermits once a year.
Sounds like a good idea. I wind up getting anxiety to the point where it's almost crippling over all this bullshit.
Me too. And that's why I've tuned out. That's why I could quote the Don Knotts movie, The Shakiest Gun in the West. Like, I go purposely seeking these things. I've seen almost every episode of After Henry with Prunella Scales. Like, I go out of my way to look for things because the everyday news is depressing. You can only do your part, and then you have to live your life. You have to, because it's overwhelming.
It's overwhelming and maddening. And I've seriously considered leaving the country at some point just to find. I know every country's got its bullshit, but not every country is as far gone as America.
I think we're not as bad off as people as we think we are compared to other countries. But I think in general,
Western democracies were probably the closest to losing ours.
The Tea Party is a bowel movement. I'm just going to say, I feel like it's the dumbification of America. What's that movie, Idiocracy? It was not supposed to be a documentary.
Oh, yes.
I remember watching that in a hotel one night and on HBO, and I was like, what is this dribble? And we're now living it. And if you want to laugh, Commander, I live in the same town as Terry Crews. The guy who played the president in Idiocracy, he lives in my hometown, which he's a complete turf and a complete greaseball, and I don't like him, but he's a heavy tipper. So every waiter and waitress in this town is like, oh, I love Terry Crews because he tips heavy, but he's part of that weird anti-woke Christian movement on television. And Batista too, weirdly, and what's his name? From the Guardians of the Galaxy.
I don't remember.
Chris Pratt. Sadly, Christianity and its involvement in policies has hindered America. You wouldn't get elected in office unless you believe in God. Unfortunately, yeah, we're still back in the Kennedy era where they're like, oh, you're Catholic? Well, are you Catholic or you're Protestant? I love that joke when I tell people I'm an atheist and they're like, well, are you a Catholic or a Protestant atheist? But it's sad but true. It still goes on to this very day. I'm so proud of myself. I actually made a coat under 3 hours on the tubes.
And the thing about that whole Christianity thing, if I may quote Pastor Jeffress, to give you an idea what kind of leaders the Christians are looking at, and remember, this is coming from a Jew. Pastor Jeffress, he's one of those Trump preachers, said that if someone like Jesus wanted to be president, he would say ick and run the other way. No, when he's looking for leadership, no, he's looking for the meanest SOB that he can find. Now, the meanest SOB that he looks for compared himself to the King of Israel and the second coming of God. The week all of Israel was reading Isaiah 40, and it talked about all the subject matter of what was coming out of Trump's mouth. Who shall you compare me to an idol? They made a golden image of Trump. Trump filled everyone with the spirit of Karen. Now, Karen is the word Daniel used to describe the villain of the Hanukkah story in the Jewish tradition, but also the Antichrist in the Christian tradition. So there's a meme that would not be what it was without Trump. That literally is the description given by the prophet Daniel of the Antichrist. In other words, they're looking for a thief, a murderer, a liar, and an insurrectionist to rule over them, but the Christians wouldn't accept the President Jesus. They want a thief, a murderer, a liar, and an insurrectionist to rule over them. Literally, the Christians are screaming for Barabbas.
From what I've found, there's no hatred like Christian love. I love saying that. From what I've discovered,
that is true.
People get mad at you when you snatch them out of their ideals. Or recently, I absolutely love Trusty Ape. Go subscribe to Trusty Ape. Trusty Ape and I have been streaming about the exact same time. I was in his stream the other day, and this Christian got so frustrated with me, they started ignoring me. Because I come at Christians with their own principle. Like, they're like, what do you do for a living? Oh, I help people. Okay, well, what is your life based on? My life's based on love. Well, what does that mean? And I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. And it created a lot of drama because and every time I would say something, and the thing that bothered this person is that as an atheist, I'm what they pretend to be because I help people. I give my life to charity, basically. I work for a nonprofit. On my time off, I help people, So like it's an affront to somebody whose whole life is based on an ideal. It's different when you live it, is what I'm trying to say. Like, it's different when you actually...
I prefer someone who did not believe in the God, but actually behaved like one was supposed to behave and made good company, rather than someone who was complete and utter putz, who professed their piety, but was just a putz and no one wants to be around them. I'd prefer to be buddies with Immanuel Kant rather than Pat Robertson any day.
Totally. There you are, Gilroy. I missed you. They like being part of their own special club. I think about that too all the time. Like, it bothers people when I tell them like we're all the same, and they're like, "No, we're not." But we're like, and then they want to say we're not, and then they want to say we are in the same breath. You know what I'm saying? And I just cut out all the middlemen, all the fluff. Like, we're on the same planet, feet on the same ground. Like, so true. And I'll learn one day to stop going around those debate me bros, because I get caught off guard because they start asking me a million questions, and I am not a presuppositionalist. I do not have a speech prepared because I don't care. Live your life in peace and don't hurt people. That's my speech. Be nice. Be nice to everyone you come across, and then your life will be easier. With caution.
Zilla has spoken.
Well, do you know what? When I first came in the community, I learned like I it's trial by fire, man. I've been crowned by fire. Like, I just don't see a point in fighting anymore. Especially, like, I would say this to somebody face to face, you know. Oh man, now I got war stuck in my head again. Why can't we be friends? But it's true, because in the modern day world, like, and this is what bothers me about the internet, is people are so hyped up and so juiced. We can finally talk to each other. We can finally communicate with each other, and everybody wants to argue. Debate me bros love to hear the sound of their own voice. Exactly. It's like we finally have the way to be face to face, and people want to fight each other. I just don't see a point to it. At a certain point, like, we're going to have to come to a consensus. Like, okay, I don't agree with you. You don't agree with me. We can still party. Joseph Smith in 1823 said that Jesus was the greatest American who ever lived when he met him in Utah. Modern day people weary of modern Middle Eastern. Oh, I read that extra loud so my morbid neighbors could hear that one. I read that extra loud. Oh, man. I just don't see it. Maybe I'm too much of a hippie and I smoke way too much pot, but I just don't see a point in fighting each other. Like, I don't know. Be excellent to each other. Party on, dudes. Thank you. Thank you.
And get this right. All the conspirators, what are they fighting? And keep in mind, all the conspiracy theories eventually lead to the anti-Semitic point of no return.
Which I don't understand.
They're fighting a global government that's supposedly going to usher in an era of peace, gathered around a Jewish king. So what do you think mirrors that? That's why I tell them, oh, really? Do you know why Jews don't actually interfere in Christianity? We fooled everyone into raising.
Mark, I love this. Number one rule in life is don't be a D-bag. Don't be a hater.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you.
Get you nothing but aging twice as fast and ulcers.
Do you think, though, because of instant like, I've noticed with, and I'm not ageist, I've just noticed the cutoff of like the pre-internet and the non-internet. Do you think instant gratification has ruined us all? I freak out I freak out more if I lose my phone than if I lose my wallet. There's probably more money on my phone than there is.
But we're all addicted to the social media.
The other day, I went to work. I left the house without my wallet. I went my entire day. Went to work. Because I bring my lunch with me is really why I didn't notice. But I came home and my wallet was sitting on the kitchen table. If that was my phone, I would have had 3 meltdowns, called Apple and been like, find my phone. on my mom. I would have begun somebody else's phone, which is probably my mom's phone, But I lost my wallet and didn't even. I left my wallet at home and didn't even notice.
Well, I can go about my iPhone, but that's only because I have the Android. And I think that at some point I need to actually stop with it because I notice that I can't stop fidgeting with it except when I'm driving, and there are legal consequences to not fidgeting with it.
In your state, is it illegal to be on your cell phone while driving?
Yeah, that's why I'm never on my cell phone while driving.
Same
I
here.
think it's illegal in every state. Any state with any sense, anyway.
I think it's
what you
legal
need to do is you need to have it in a. I just don't touch it when I'm driving, but you need to have it in a holder. You cannot have it in your hand and have it and use it while in the vehicle.
Here, we've settled on hand-free devices, but it's illegal. If a cop even catches you flopping, it's because they're quota driven. Like, it's a ticket. It's heavily enforced here. I think it should. I'm a bit of a Karen. I think it should be enforced everywhere. I know for a fact that in the state of Arizona, they do not have cell phone laws. I could be wrong. I haven't been there in a year or two. Nevada is the exact same way. Because when I go to different states, I'm like, these people are on their phone flying past me or going too slow in the fast lane. And to a Californian, that's reason for that. You wish hell is real. Like we drive fast here in California. So if you're going slow in the fast lane, there's a special place in hell for you. They're trying to make cell phone laws even stricter here in PA. They want to make it so you can't even touch it. That's how it is here because people can't hang. People, at least here. But I think it's because I come from a state where it's illegal. When I go to other states, I'm like, why are these people on their phones? For something I've done in the future, when actually it was a woman who ate an apple, she got off on a talking snake. Who would have believed that? For me, it was the burning bush. I remember getting kicked out of catechism classes for asking, why would a bush burn? And I'll never forget the day they told me, okay, this guy, I have to stop myself from saying his name because his family's still connected to mine. But he stood up in front of a room of 12-year-olds and said, if you're not Catholic, you're going to hell. So I raised my hand. And he said, okay, Mr. Stelling, I'll give you this one. I said, okay, what about Muslims? They're going to hell. 2 minutes go by. I raised my hand. Said, what about Jewish people? He said, they're going to hell. 30 seconds go by. I raised my hand. He kicked me out of the hall. I'll never forget that because he knew what I was going to ask. He knew I was going to go down the rabbit hole. Well, if Jewish people aren't there, then wait a minute.
What, Jesus can't come to the disciples? Oh, that's a doozy.
Booted me. I was a kid.
Can you imagine? You're absorbing anti-Semitism from douchebags. And then there's like, you can't be a Christian, blah, blah, blah. You're destined for hell. And then I'm like, well, let's go through how many people were not Jewish who wrote books in the Bible. There's only 2 books. I forget the book of Acts and the book of Luke that were not written by Jews.
Dog, I'm stealing Zoo Boat. I need some new apologetics because I'm starting to. The debate me bros are starting to get to me. I like Zoo Boat. Sky Daddy has made people so angry that they won't even talk to me. So I stopped saying Sky Daddy. I agree with you.
But Sky Daddy is perfect.
There's this guy. I am addicted to apologists. I love a bad argument. There's this guy that goes around. He called himself biblically, or he would say biblically before every sentence. I subscribed to his channel. I was hooked on his insanity. His new spiel is that he that Christ is his lover. I don't even know how to say it without saying it improper. Thank you. So now when he goes on shows, like people are like, this can't be this guy's shtick, and it really he has. If he is not, there are certain people. I'll say it. I've been judged. I don't care what people say about me because I'm already canceled. I don't care. I think G-Man's faking it. This guy's not faking it. This guy, they've tried everything to get him to break character. He will not break character. That's one way to come out of the closet. You know what's so funny? I thought that too. Because when you hang around LGBTQIA plus spaces and you like, I don't know. I'll reframe that argument for a different day. But this guy, like, no. He has the worst argument. And he went on this really famous, this man in the UK. I watch his channel. He's Muslim and he speaks at Speaker's Corner. And this guy was on his channel. I'm like, how did this troll get on this guy's channel? The biblically guy does not mess around. The thing that confuses most about Christians is why beyond the age of 5 do grown-ass adults believe in such nonsense? This biblically guy gets me though, because let's be real. Like I sew online, you can't fake that. Like I'm not telling you anything. I'm not trying to. I'm not here to give you any agenda. I hang out with people that are left and right, up and down on both sides. I do not care. I hang out with genuine people. There are some people online where I'm like, this guy's got to be faking it or they're mentally ill. And I don't know about this biblically guy. He is like my new anthropological study of like, this guy's got to be faking it. Is there anyone online, Commander, that you're like, oh, holy cow, this has got it. What's the saying? This person's a Poe. Is that the slang?
Yeah, that's the saying. I actually have not been digging into the rabbit holes recently to come up with a name immediately as to this one can't be for real. They must be a poser.
That reminds me. So, do you think I'll get a copyright strike if I show a preacher that's pro LGBTQIA plus?
If you're doing a review, if it falls under fair use, you shouldn't. As long as you try not to get anything with music in it.
I just want to show you this guy's. He should be right here because I've been watching his channel lately. This guy, I don't know if he's a Poe or not, or if he's just trying to get famous by being a contrarian. Because in today's world, if you're a contrarian, you can get famous real quick. Because he only has a couple. Yeah, exactly.
There are people with hundreds of thousands of subscribers who either shill for Russia or they spread flat earth nonsense, or in some way they're just feeding other people's delusions. And I have 140 subscribers because I don't do that.
I feel like I would have more if I shilled for stupid ideals, but I'm just not. I'm not here for any of that nonsense. I'm here for common sense and finding a common ground. I just like that's why every time I talk to you, I tell you like I still kind of think that flat earthers are kind of being posed.
I wouldn't doubt that most of them are. I'm
young Earth creationists.
Most of them have to be. Yeah, most of them.
How can you not like a young Earth? Are you get out of here? Get out of here! When I hear that saying, it gets my blood pressure going.
They will have the evidence staring them in the face, and rather than deal with it, there are millions of people around the world who believe that Christianity is truth, right? And yet they can sit there, right? And they can say, well, the universe is at least 13 billion years old. The earth is 4.8 billion years old. And they found some way to rationalize to themselves that I can believe the physical evidence, and if I need this little thing about this Galilean carpenter who somehow died for my sins, if I need that, somehow they've managed to reason that for themselves. It takes some skill and twisting of the mind, but they've done it. But you have these people who can't accept any form of reality whatsoever.
Dog,
even
I can
when it's staring them in the face.
sorry. Dog, I can definitely make you something that's attached to a wheelchair. Just tell me the specs of how big your chair is, because I actually work in a place where I have access to every size wheelchair you could possibly think of, old technology and new. And yes, even NHS technology, because people have come from the UK to my job with NHS wheelchairs. Youngest creationists are the Christians' version of flat earthers. They drive me mentally insane. They drive. I don't get it. So this guy, let me go back. This guy is pro LGBTQIA plus, and look, and I don't know if he's a Poe or not, but his videos. I don't know if you can see that. Like his regular preaching videos get 19 views. Okay, when he says stop being mean to gay people, he'll get 2,000. He has 7,000 on his other one. Because people are telling him like, no, we will not stop hating gay people. It's the strangest thing. But this guy is actually preaching like, hey, let's find a common ground, and people are against him. He goes by converted MLB pitcher. I'll when I learn what to do, I'll share his link.
Well, you remember when I brought up the origins of why the quote unquote non-traditional relationships were taboo, and the origins of it had more to do with cult prostitutes and whatnot, and the various deities that when you had a male god and you had the male prostitutes, and they wanted a little more money, so they would encourage the men to come and have sex with them too. And then the Jews saw that it was idol worship involved in such things, and that was the origins of it, that it wasn't necessarily, oh, someone has a desire, well, we're going to stone someone for just having a desire. It was tied to idolatry, and that after Muhammad and Constantine got rid of a lot of those religious cults, the context was lost.
But you know how much changes over time? Because even like in my own lifetime, I hate to get Al Bundy on you, but I played high school football, and I will sit in a room with people that I sat on the same field, and I'm like, I wasn't there for that game. We were on the same team, and they'll tell a story, and I'm like, where the heck did any of this come from? You know? Do you think things get changed over time because of lost emotion, or just people lose context in general? Because I know, like,
they lose context. Yeah. That's what I'm basically saying has happened with that issue. And people, a majority of people have no desire to engage in LGBTQ activity. But a majority, in fact, everyone does something that they shouldn't do. And the reason why people get so, let's say, anal about it is because they need to look at what they see as evil in someone else rather than grapple with the evil in their own heart. As Jesus said, take the logs out of your own eyes so you can see clearly, to take the specks out of your brother's eyes. And these people have these giant redwood trees sticking out of their faces, and they have no desire for anyone to remove their blinders so that they can see what rotten pieces of shit they are and then fix it.
I agree with you, but can you concede that that's on all sides? That's like human nature, because
it is.
Because I'll tell you, like, before all of this stuff happened with the legislation against LGBTQIA plus people, if you would ask a gay person, what do you think about gay people? They would be like, gay people are rotten and crabs in a barrel and all of this, but we've had to consolidate and come together because of, because of all the legislation and things that have happened, Do you think over time things change?
They always do. The only thing that never changes is people are horrible to each other.
Exactly.
And to give you an idea how ridiculous the young Earth creationists are, when they give the 6,000 years or 8,000 years, they're even ignorant of their own texts, because if you take from today all the way back through all the begats, the year would be 5,783, not 6,000. So the young Earth creationists are usually about 200 some years off. I'm not arguing for young Earth creationism. I'm just giving you a better
I
date.
get it. Trust
Using
me.
the Bible, which actually makes the physical arguments that they would make so much worse. Like, for example, if you were to have all the nuclear decay necessary to produce the radiological dating that we have, someone worked out the numbers that the Earth would have heated up to over 3,000 degrees Celsius in if we let all the uranium decay in 1 year to give us the dating that we have, and the Earth would still be molten today.
Oh, wow.
Thermodynamically. So the young Earth creationists are ridiculous. The best that I've heard from a young Earth creationist is that they will argue that the universe was created with age built into it so that you can't really tell. And that's an unfalsifiable statement, which basically means science can't prove or disprove it. And that person can go on to believe whatever the fuck they want and acknowledge that the scientific evidence says what it is.
I think really quickly to answer what Dog was saying about there being a gay explosion, really what it is acceptance. That's the bottom line. And you if you give acceptance to anything, you will see more people saying, hey, this is who I am. I think the average person is closeted, but that's my skewed view.
Well, look at the animal kingdom.
Your audience was wondering about you, dude.
Now, obviously, the penguin avatar has nothing to do with this, but penguins are about 30% gay or bi. You know what the gayest animal is? Actually, giraffes, where the male giraffes
Really?
have relations with each other, at least 90% of them.
I did not
So
know.
homosexuality does happen in the animal kingdom, or at least bisexuality
Now
happens
I'm
in the
totally
animal kingdom.
now I'm totally thinking of the giraffe from Madagascar.
But
I did not know that about giraffes.
it happens in the animal kingdom. So, you know, I've never actually gotten where maybe it's a Jewish background where you learn not to try to run other people's lives if you want to live. But I've got enough problems with my own life. Why should I be trying to manage everyone else's?
That is why I will never understand about anybody wanting to be in anyone's bedroom, living room, backyard. I habitually mind my own business. That's why when people tell me, like, oh, you're not this stereotype or that, it's because I do not follow trends or try not to be like everyone else. And what I don't know, I've always kind of been an outsider, and so it's strange to me to watch people shape who they are and conform just to be a part of a crowd. If people don't respect you for who you are, then you should not be around them in the first place, regardless of who you are.
Sadly, yeah, that happened in the biblical era.
Now I just have Nirvana stuck in my head. Come as you are, as you were. All that does is show my age. I haven't watched Gut Sick Gibbon in a while. I kind of let the whole argument go. That's why, like, when I get in a room with the debating bros, it's been a while because I'm really rusty because I don't have arguments because I truly do not care. Jesus had a foot fetish and enjoyed rubbing oil into men's feet. I bet his disciples were scared to be alone in a room with him.
You know, there is speculation that Paul, the thorn in Paul's flesh that he was talking about, was the fact that when you look at his virulent homophobia, his some of his writings, which are very tender towards other men, that he in fact had attractions that he didn't want to deal with.
I've heard every argument you could possibly think. I've heard that one. I've heard that one as well. The one that starts fist fights is the Jesus is trans one. That one starts fist fights. I've seen people go back and forth on channels for months and months on that one.
I've actually never heard that one.
Well,
but I mean, masculinity is it's subjective throughout cultures. I mean, masculinity in Jewish culture versus Southern Christian culture is just night and day. I mean, look at Abe Lincoln, right? Some of his letters to his male friends seemed almost homoerotic, but he was straight.
Yeah, but bro, be careful. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. Oh, you're
No,
talking to
yeah,
hands.
no. Keep going. You keep going. My son's unplugging things and giving me anxiety.
He definitely had emotions and was in touch with his feelings, but yet when his commanders were too cowardly to lead troops into battle, he would don on his top hat. And I think it was actually in Hampton Roads, he wound up leading the troops into battle because his general wouldn't. And, he just didn't. It's like with modesty, right? If someone's modest or they're not going to go out and show off their pecs and, show off the rippling muscles. But when it comes time and they'll be kind and they'll be compassionate and loving to those that they love and their families. And then when push comes to shove, they'll grab their gun, just like a Hasidic friend of mine did, and they'll go barge into a house to basically kill an intruder.
Oh, wow. Eve was trans. It's the only way you can make a woman using parts of a man. I've heard that argument too. That's another one that starts fistfights as well.
Yeah, but you have the story of Adam and Eve, right? And then you have Cain and Abel. So who did Cain and Abel marry?
Well, in the Russell Crowe movie. No, I'm sorry. I'm mixing up. I'm mixing up fables.
You see, there had to be other people for Cain and Abel to make babies, unless Cain and Abel were hermaphrodites.
I've always wondered about that.
Or they had relations with Eve.
There's a comedian that I used to, his name was Paul Mooney, and he'd always tell a joke about how, like, Noah went through everything he went through, and then they found women in the next town. Adam and Eve had belly buttons according to people who drew them. See, this is why I avoid all of this here on the Godless Sewing channel, because you want to know why? It just don't matter, as Sublime would say, because in the end, that's why I get in fights with people like online, because I'm like, what do you do now? Because people will always talk about the past and they want to argue. I will admit, I am obsessed with Professor Henry Abrams. He teaches Hasidic history and anything that you want to know about Jewish history. I like he's a literal professor, you know, and he brings it back to life, but it's not from an argument standpoint. It's from like, this is what actually happened, you know. I prefer someone like that who's more factual than people who want to debate about things. Is that strange?
No, because one can be marvelous at bullshitting, right?
Exactly.
And
I want to know the truth.
They can be just full of all the logical fallacies and bullshit, one side up the down the other, and nothing that comes out of their mouth is truthful, but yet they can sway a crowd. Whereas having an academic paper off where we get to test everything that's said in an unbiased way gives something productive.
I agree with you. Sorry, Instagram just told me it's a lie. I have to look it up to see if it's true. What? Apparently, I haven't been on Instagram in a while. I've gained 32 followers overnight. That's weird. Somebody must have said something really awful about me and they found out that I'm not that person. Whenever someone crashes me or something, I gain a bunch of followers. It's just the strangest thing. Sorry, please keep going. We actually had an interesting conversation going.
Yeah.
There are no lies on the internet. That's a tattoo. So I'm going to ask you a question, Commander, and you don't have to answer, and I don't have any at all. Do you have any tattoos?
Nope.
The reason I know, because I was raised Roman Catholic, and that's one step down from being Jewish. And they would always tell me, whatever you do, just do not get a tattoo. And no one could tell me why, though. But I never got a tattoo.
Let me put it to you this way. This was how it was explained to me by my grandfather. If God wanted you covered in all sorts of bullshit, would have been born that way.
I love those. I love the old school ways. Do you know what's funny? I worked at a tattoo parlor when I was a troubled youth. I learned to do piercing and I got a job on Hollywood Boulevard. I worked for a man who owned 5 different shops on Hollywood Boulevard. He was actually legit because he put me through school to like learn for piercing. He was legit. But I wanted to get something really filthy tattooed on my back and on my hand. And I'll never forget, like, these hardened criminals, these really, like, what I would consider like real LA street gangsters who were tattoo artists told me, like, bro, if you feel this same way in 10 years, come back and I'll give you the tattoo for free. And, you know, I checked, they still work there. It's been 20 something years and I do not feel the same way. And I'm so glad I did not get those tattoos. I don't know how my kids keep up with with all their social media sites, gaming and jobs. I find it exhausting just thinking about it. I have a Rumble. I feel like I'm neglecting a child. My Instagram gives me anxiety. I don't know what I did wrong on Instagram, but I just am not a hit. On Twitter, I have over 3,000 something um followers, but I follow everyone back. I am not one of those rude people who wants to amass an audience and just look at them. I even follow back weird accounts. I get followed by Christians, by right wingers. I follow them right back. I believe in that weird equality. Because if they just start spewing hate, I just block them. My block list is a kid's Christmas list. Do you review who you follow back on Twitter, Commander?
Well, if someone follows me and I go to they're just posting vile shit, I know that their following me is not going to last.
Yeah.
But most of the people who followed me or subscribed to me when I did those videos with the Trump prophets, I gather most of them aren't even followed or subscribed anymore because for some strange reason they liked it when I made fun of the Trump prophets, but when I had a 3D animated version of Donald Trump dressed up like a Soviet officer with a little red arm, sickle and hammer kind of Nazi thing inside a psychic machine, you know, basically pointed out that the man was a Russian agent and a complete piece of shit. A lot of people unsubscribed with that video. It's like they were, oh, you're making fun of Robin Bullock doing a cold reading. Tremendous, we love it. You're pointing at you pointing out that Robin Bullock's is peddling lies for Vladimir Putin. We love it. You're pointing out that Donald Trump is equally as a pile of shit for Vladimir Putin. Let me unsubscribe because there's this weird thing where they worship that man as their god, and it's not going to change.
I told you earlier, I have a shirt of Donald Trump relieving himself of life, and every time I wear it on stream or I wear it in a video, I lose subscribers. And I know if Phoenix was here, like, because I don't wear it anymore. I know if Phoenix was here, she would tell me, like, oh, don't be a wuss. But, like, every time I wear it, I lose a subscriber. It's the strangest thing. But you know what, though? Like, people trip out on me because I tell them, like, oh, I live in a Trump town. And, like, yeah, I still live in an area where people are flying the flags and stuff. But
maybe I should try to find some of those old shirts that I made.
And really surprising way, which may not be as surprising to anyone who watches the news, there is a large amount of Hispanic people who are just absolutely in love with that man.
There's part of me, like, I really don't believe in Christianity, but there's part of me that's keeping an eye open for how many of the prophecies regarding the Antichrist that man fulfills, because he's got over 60 down.
Yeah, but like we used to, where's my reading my apocalypse? We used to say that about George W.
George W. didn't have 60 of them down.
I probably got this 20 something years ago in a record shop. I'm just lucky that my parents were hoarders, because I would mail stuff back to my parents' house, and I've had this forever. I framed it. It's called Read My Apocalypse, but people truly thought that guy was going to bring the end. I've had this forever. This was all. If you're from LA, you've probably seen this or haven't seen it in 20 years. This poster was everywhere. They gave out cards. I really thought that it was the end when I lived in LA. People truly hated that man, you know?
Well, I still do, but not as much anymore. In fact, my opinion of him actually went up in the closing days of his presidency, where he was forced to deal with reality, where you had people like Bob Corker who got kicked out by MAGA, but Bob Corker was like, let's let the automakers collapse and we'll blame Obama for it later. And George W. Bush was like, no, that's stupid. And to give you an idea how stupid that was, about letting the automakers collapse, George W. Bush thought it was stupid. So, and then he extended the loans to the automakers, and he was like, yeah, we're not going to cause even more hell to try to blame Obama for it later. And that was the first time I actually saw George W. Bush behaving like an adult rather than a petulant child.
The reason I respect W is because he atoned with Michelle Obama, and their whole like NWO cabal makes me laugh. The way that Michelle Obama and George W. Bush look at each other, those are two people who look for each other at an orgy. They like each other. They really like each other. George W. Bush and Michelle Obama, like they hold hands under the table. And it makes me laugh.
That's the thing about all these people concerned about New World Orders, right? They're anti-NATO. They're pro-Putin. So basically what they want to do is they want to kick over the existing world order to stop the New World Order from coming in. But the thing is, if you kick over the existing world order, you have by very necessity ushered in a new one.
Some people can't get that equation.
Now with Trump, right? I had a Muslim friend of mine bring it to my attention that the root word for Dajjal meant to plate in gilt and gold, and that Donald Trump's penthouse was decked out like a Persian prostitute won the lottery. That means it's entirely plated in gold.
Where I'm from, we would definitely call him new money. I know a man who has a propane truck, and he picks up scraps at my job, and we give him metal and all kinds of stuff. He's an ex-doctor. He literally has more money than all of us combined, but the guy just needs something to do because he's retired age, but he likes being a scrapper. And I've always been kind to the man, and I know for a fact he's extremely rich, but he does good in his life. He drives around and spreads joy to people. He doesn't become president and try to end the earth.
And there are now the craziness, right? The craziness with religions, it's not just confined to Christianity. It's not confined to Judaism. It's not confined to Islam. Every religion has its group of absolute batshit crazy people. Now, there's this one rabbi in Israel, Rabbi Joseph Berger, who I learned about him when I was watching the Secular Show in 2017. And he was on the Jim Baker Show. Not the rabbi, but Tom Horn, a preacher who would become a QAnon preacher later on, was talking about this rabbi who said the numerology of Trump's name meant Messiah. And I'm not shitting you. Is or was the caretaker of David's tomb. Obviously, I haven't been paying attention to the douchebag ever since then. So he could have had a new gig. But that's like a cush job where you just sit there and have someone else take care of the tomb while you just prattle on about nonsense and play with numerology and
That's
it's
actually.
just really weird with that man because like he is what the Christians would have been suspecting the Antichrist would be before the fall of the Soviet Union. He really is.
Do you think that's in every sect of human life in every religion though? Because like in the Muslim world, I grew up really biased to the Nation of Islam because of pop culture, Malcolm X, and then I joined as a dumb kid to be a prop. Do you the NOI, they're looked at as the Mormons of the Muslim world. Because they believe in some whacked out stuff. They believe in some whacked out stuff. They're almost up there with Scientology as far as spaceships. They believe in spaceships. They take, is it Ezekiel's wheel?
Yeah, that's one of them.
To a whole new height, to a different, literally to a different planet, you know? Do you think that's in every religion though? In every like
there's people who have completely detached themselves from any sense of reality whatsoever and are a danger to themselves or others. And then there are other people in the religion who have sincere beliefs but somehow have managed to function in a modern society.
Well, it's different because I look at Mormons like that, and I live in Los Angeles. Okay, Caucasian people are a minority, but where I live, Mormons have a stronghold, and I'm like understating it. I'm literally understating. I grew up with Mormon friends. I have my friend Eric. We still laugh. I think it was 12 kids. I said he probably has 13. I need to go look on Facebook. He has an army of children. I have one. We're the same age.
Well, that's why they call them Mormons.
It's crazy. I know his entire family. He has many brothers and sisters, but so do I. But back then, everybody had big families, you know. At least in my town, I don't know. It's such a strange thing. Life is experience. Is your experience from where you're from, you know?
Yeah,
that's why it's hard for me to argue with people who can't see beyond themselves. Like a flat earther, like a person who's extremely zealot in their religion, like somebody who can't understand that not everyone believes what they do. That's why I stick to sewing. Because there's only so many ways.
Probably do tutorials regarding computer graphics instead of what I do.
You would get a huge audience because, like, even right now, I dedicated the beginning of my stream to sewing, and then now this part is, you know, my Elvis part where we're singing in the dressing room. Tonight, if you guys are bored, Google. I'm so old. Look up Elvis on YouTube. After his shows in Las Vegas, keep in mind he was on large amounts of cocaine. He would go and sing with all his background dancers, everybody. They would sing gospel until 6 a.m. and do cocaine.
That's an awesome combination.
So Elvis would do like 2 or 3 shows. He would do literally like a brunch show, a dinner show. And then Elvis, when everything was over, he would party literally until the morning with all his people because he brought all his people from Memphis with him. So is everyone he's known his entire life. So whenever I say, "Oh, I'm doing Elvis," like I'm literally thinking of a man who would sing gospel and do cocaine all night in Las Vegas. If you get bored, Google older Elvis. He was an amazing human. The fact that his heart held out as long as it did, he should have been studied by science.
Especially with the drugs that he did. My grandfather always said that he died busting a gut on the toilet.
Oh. There's many stories, but if you really think about it, like when you abuse your body like that, you have so many ancillary problems that come from it. Like I have breathing issues, my back hurts, my spine hurts. Like I wake up, I feel like my body is completely starting over again because like I have respiratory issues, you know. As you get older, they get worse. And Elvis was one of those people who was a Harpo Marx. Like my pops used to always say, burning the candle on both ends. He was a real life Harpo. So whenever you hear me ranting about Elvis, it's one night I watched a special and I was like, holy cow, Elvis is no joke. And he loved black people. So that always stuck with me because in certain communities, people hate Elvis and they'll say, oh, Elvis is this or that. But Elvis actually loved black people. And I may get canceled again for saying that. It's because Elvis stole Chuck Berry's style, and then got even 10 times more famous for it. But Elvis absolutely loved black people.
There's nothing wrong with loving people.
Exactly. But I feel like he gets a bad rap. And like 1970s Elvis, you don't even have to tell stories. There's video evidence of it because everybody had cameras, you know? And he would bring people from Memphis that were down and out. He's like, hey, I'll give you a real job and a life in Vegas. And they stayed there and never left. You know, like he gave people opportunity. I've been watching a lot of stuff about professional wrestling lately, and the wrestling world was the same way. You know, they would really help each other out regardless of the race. If you had the talent, regardless of who you are, they would help you out. And Elvis was like that too. And I think in history, like we were talking about earlier, people twist history to fit their crummy narratives, you know?
Oh, yeah. They would rather live in a fantasy that makes them feel good than live in a reality that helps them be productive.
And I think I'm biased towards Elvis because I grew up with older parents, so I watched all of his movies as a kid. And he's an example of a million different people who, over time, people paint this narrative, and they were never the person that people say they were. They were actually like, and Elvis was crazy, but he was like a down-home guy, so he'd shake your hand, he'd look you in the eye, like he was a normal dude.
There's a song called Elvis is Everywhere. You know that one?
No.
Elvis is everywhere, man. Elvis is everywhere. And it's really good. And then Elvis is everywhere except where he isn't, and that's the anti-Elvis. The guy who's got no Elvis in him at all.
There's this song by a band called MDC, and it's called John Wayne is the N-word. And that song makes me laugh every time I hear it. I think they just really hated John Wayne.
Well, I mean, John Wayne tended to use, well, let's say he wasn't the best guy off camera.
No, and he would no. And that guy was one of my heroes. And no, he was, we always say, oh, he's from a different era, but like, excuse me, go watch the footage of the Oscar footage where he tackles that young woman. Like he legitimately grabbed a woman and like manhandled her. You would go to jail. And I know for a fact that happened in Los Angeles, California. I know for a fact. You would go to prison. If I did that to somebody nowadays, you would go to jail for that. You'd get at least a year. Where I live, you can't touch people.
Well, you shouldn't be touching people who aren't you. Especially without permission.
Exactly. So that goes back to my whole Will Smith and I broke up thing. When people when I legitimately go in on the whole Will Smith thing, it's not that Will Smith and I were dating. It's I vicariously lived my life through him. And he legitimately got away with something that no one would be able to in LA County. It's just the inequality of, and it's not about left or right, because John Wayne and Will Smith are on two completely different spectrums, but they both kind of did the same thing. It's about inequality of rich and poor, I guess, where I live. Like, the more money you have in LA, people will treat you like gold. Or if your last name is famous, people will treat you like gold.
Well, sadly, that's the way it is everywhere, because people want the moolah.
That's just,
and one of the best ways to get it is to suck up to the people who have it.
I grew up with there was these two kids where I didn't understand how rich they were. Their family is the last name of the town I live in. And I never understood how rich they were until their company is on the Fortune 500. And these kids were going to inherit it. They were normal people. They were just goobers, you know? Now they're weirdo elitists, but if I had that much money, I would hide too. Imagine inheriting billions of dollars. They live on this giant property out in the middle of nowhere. I would too.
Well, if I ever won $1 billion lottery, I wouldn't tell anyone. And I'd live kind of like, definitely have security and whatnot, but, or maybe even not that, and just buy a semi-normal house and not let anyone really know how much I have, lest I get kidnapped or all kinds of shit.
Recently, there is someone who won $1 billion like a couple of lotteries ago, and this individual is going around buying large swatches of land around Los Angeles because he's basically becoming a real estate company because he has to. He has to spend his money. He has so much money. You know what I'm saying? Like, he needs to start building up assets. And it's weird to me that they announced like so-and-so the lottery winner. I'm like, why are they telling people this guy's, and he's buying large amounts of property over Los Angeles, and they're announcing it on the news every time he buys something. And he's slowly purchasing, like, he's slowly buying up Los Angeles, if you ask me. But if I had that much money, I would too. It's just the strangest thing to me.
I wouldn't do it publicly. I just wouldn't.
Oh, my phone has officially overheated and died. Oh, that's funny. I have an iPhone 7, an iPhone 8, an iPhone 4, and an 11, and my 7 overheats all the time. To the
my
point
iPhone 11, when my avatar starts getting twitchy, that's because the phone's overheating.
You're running this from an iPhone?
No. Oh, when I have the other, this is just a recording. This is pre-rendered. It's not. It's not me tracking. My computer would overheat if I was using that at this point. I'm pretty sure. Given the ambient heat in the room that I'm in and the fact that it doesn't have a working fan, number one. Oh, it would have overheated already.
That's like right now I have 2 fans going. If I turned them off, you would like literally hear the difference. But I have one going that's pointed at 2 computers. Because I know it gets, but lately it's been so hot, I don't turn on any of my electronics until like 8 or 9 at night. Because I have so much in this room. I'm the son of an electrical engineer, so I tend to Tim Allen everything, even though I don't like him as a human. I love the tool time reference. So I have a million monitors in here. I have 2 boosters in here because of the amount of technology I'm pulling in here. I have an Arrow and whatever Amazon's top of the line booster was. But I literally have them sitting in the same room. That's why I constantly talk about overambitious technology, because I think I'm just like overcompensating for something that I haven't figured out yet.
I want to get a desktop with a 4090 RTX card. But that's about $4,000 away.
I think I'm gonna call it. We've been going strong for almost 5 hours. Well, you want to go 13 more minutes?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty well spent, actually.
Okay, good. I'll end. Anything you'd like to shill?
Just check out my channel. Hopefully I will have a video out soon, how to troll a Russian troll. I'll give you a little hint. One of the idiots who decided to leave nastiness in my chat, I went to his YouTube channel and I found out that he had videos on wanking.
Oh,
About
wow.
taking political advice from Assad, a Syrian dictator. And he had a little short called, this is what I call it, How to Dress Up Like an Idiot in Riot Gear and Get Oneself Arrested for Stupidity.
Yeah.
So that was the idiot for whom this entire video was made for. Now, what I'm going to do, because trolls are only as big as you make them, I actually took a fat man to his, after I got all the screenshots, I took a fat man to his comment, and I'm not going to let anyone see the titles of his videos or the channel name because I don't want to grow him. But I got more subscribers from my video how to stop a toilet thief than he had on his entire channel.
Yeah, you don't want to feed people like that. You definitely don't want to feed people like that. I would feel bad if I like trashed somebody and they started growing because I trashed them. That's why I only talk about people I like.
So I took a fat man to his obviously I'm taking a fat man to his channel section because of the armor. You know his comment.
Oh yeah.
And they're gonna have a Russian troll under the bridge like, why don't women want to sleep with me? Why don't they like me? It's not my fault. If it wasn't for that meddling NATO, I would have gotten away with it.
All right. That's awesome. I'm finishing my retirement of my pattern. I want to thank everybody who made it through my stream. If you're watching this in the future, I absolutely thank you. You know, I hate it when people say, oh, it's been a journey, but tonight it's definitely been a journey. I actually made something on stream. I always come up here and rant and tell my opinion and talk about all the things that I sew, because I'm all about slam sewing. It's kind of like slam poetry. You know, I sit down and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna do this. But I want to thank everybody who made it through the live stream. I'll be streaming my regular time, but I'm gonna be doing a lot more of these. I'm gonna try to get it a little bit more compact, but hey, I'm a talker and I love talking. So this stream has definitely been like a mullet. It was business in the front, party in the back. I want to thank everybody who is here. As always, Kilroy, Waternay, Mark Short. You guys are absolutely Dog, Butterfly. You guys, Alibaba. It's you who make this channel what it is, and never forget that, because you know, I'm just some guy who rants on the internet, but you guys make this channel what it is. So I thank each and every one of you. Awesome, Mark. Awesome. Absolutely, Mark. I hope you have a great day because it's evening here. But like I always say, reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely